All right, Ken is my. There we go. Okay, I think we're good. I think we're good now.
I don't see you as live on YouTube.
How about now? Check again.
Yep, refreshed and there you are.
All right, perfect. How about now? All right, about Tesla, can you please give us an update again?
No problem. So basically, the FSD version 12.3 is rolling out. It's a slow and gradual rollout as before. But the good news, it's now going to more cars. So not just the cars that had 12.2.1 before. They started with those, and looks like most have been upgraded already. But they also included some cars that didn't have V12 until now. So that's
Eduardo, how is 12.3 doing for?
Yesterday at about like 3 p.m. And obviously I had to download it, upgrade it, and try it. I left early from work, and yeah, I just went on the road, and so far it's been doing great. I did notice a couple more issues than the previous version, which was 12.2. I'm sure, I don't know if you guys saw the video that I posted where it felt like it did some sort of like phantom braking at a green light. That's the only issue that I had with it yesterday. But other than that, it was just incredible. It was super smooth. The left and right turns were super natural. It even parked for me at the end of one of the drives. I also posted that video as well. But there's definitely some issues that need to be fixed. And but I mean, so far so good. I'm gonna go again today and test it a little bit more around town and just like busy areas. I also posted a video of me driving through a super tight alley, and it actually sees a on and just like busy areas. I also posted a video of it's been doing amazing for sure.
Which version did you have before?
I had 12.2.1.
And has this 12.3? First of all, can you do me a favor? Do
Yeah.
you have an iPhone?
I do have an iPhone.
Okay. Swipe down from the upper right corner. Okay. Swipe down from upper right corner. You see mic mode. Switch that to
Yeah.
voice isolation.
Got it. There you go. Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. So much better. So, do you have any edge cases that 12.3 has solved for you?
Uh, Definitely more confidence with the left unprotected turns. It does feel more confident. It also like it feels like when you're making a turn and then you're kind of inching forward to see left and right, it feels the same way. Like if I'm driving and I just look around to see that there's no cars coming, it felt the same way as that. Um, Flashing yellow lights are definitely perfect. Another issue that I noticed this morning, actually, when I was on my lunch, the red flashing lights, it's still an issue. It was an issue with the previous version as well. But this time it seemed to be a little bit worse, in my opinion. With version 12.2, during a red flashing light, it'll get stuck before the light and then it'll like start inching its way forward. This time with 12.3, it kind of like jerks a little bit more than the previous version. It kind of goes forward and then brakes, goes forward, brakes. So it feels really like jerky in my opinion and not, like confident to make that, I guess, cross that light. But again, I'm gonna keep testing it today. I'm gonna go to different areas and just, I'll keep posting more videos. I do have a lot more videos of good things that happened yesterday, so I'll post those ones as well. Um, U-turns are great. They. I'm just happy that we're able to make U-turns with this version as well. But yeah.
Okay, and I have your video versus a small alley up on YouTube Live at the same time, so you guys can see that on the screen. Omar, welcome. How are you? Eduardo, you have to put yourself on mute when you're not talking.
Hey, doing good.
How is 12.3 for you? We have Eduardo on the board as well, who also has 12.3, and he's been posting videos. How's it doing for you?
It's doing pretty great. I'm pretty happy with it. I have seen that issue with the flashing red lights. It doesn't handle flashing red lights. It's almost like every time the light turns off, it moves, and then when it turns red again, it stops. So it's a very nauseating experience. So I published a few videos from the first night. I went to go pick up Ryan from Kilowatts. Then I gave him his first ride. First ride was pretty good. Zero intervention until the end when we had to take over because there's this sort of, you know, curb in the middle in Union Square, if that makes sense. So there's like a little space for a car to drive in if they want to get into the parking garage. Then there's like a curb. Then there's the other lane. So it was kind of not making the right turn trajectory there. So one takeover on that first set of drives with Ryan. Then the second set of drives was much shittier. Just some random edge cases we were running into. It was Chinese New Year, so there were some red lanterns hung up over Chinatown, and it was recognizing them as stop signs or traffic lights and stopping when it saw these lit up lanterns. Then when we got to the part of the street where the lanterns weren't lit up, then it worked fine. So that's kind of, an edge case, just something they can put in the training data to, kind of show it, okay, these aren't traffic lights. And then it not only gets better at handling that case of a red lantern, but it also gets better at really differentiating between what's a red light, a red traffic light, and what's not. And that's really important to do, but I think they're obviously trying to bias heavily towards just making sure that you stop fully at all stop signs, stop at all red lights. Then there was one more takeover I had where, it kind of couldn't decide whether to go left or right, and it was kind of looking like it was going to the middle. So, kind of a disappointing drive there. Then my last drive was zero intervention again, driving back home after dropping off Ryan. But then the second day, I got up in the daytime, and every single drive I did was zero intervention. And I drove over 2 hours. I drove over 60 miles. I had to go drive down to Redwood City where Machine lives. And sadly, I couldn't give him a ride. But I drove all the way down there, drove around Redwood City a bit, drove to Stanford, and then drove from Stanford to Tesla headquarters, and then drove from Tesla headquarters back up to San Francisco. So it's like rush hour traffic. And drove up 280, went through the city, went through like Twin Peaks and handled everything. Literally went from parking spot to parking spot without any input from me. So I was like, wow, that's pretty incredible. I don't think I've ever had a day where I didn't give FSD any intervention of any kind. No accelerator press, no speed wheel change, nothing. And I just posted all of those videos. They're, obviously boring and long, especially the 85-minute drive. But if you want to look at the details, I also have some chapter markers so you can see some of the interesting moments. But it wasn't too eventful really. It just worked. So I think this version shows incredible promise. Yes, there are some issues like the flashing red lights and other things that need to continue to be refined, but this architecture looks extremely promising. And I foresee a 12.3 or a 12.3.1 going wide to pretty much everybody who has 11, uh, probably starting this weekend and continuing through the end of the month.
Omar, I feel like for so long the community has been waiting for like the moment where we can look at a release and be like, wow, it's like finally here. This is the version that can be spread wide and far across hundreds of thousands of cars, and you can show this to people and be like, wow, so full self-driving is really here. I think people expected it with V10. V11 was obviously hyped up a lot. I think a little bit of a disappointment. V12 so far seems promising. But do you feel like this is the release that really is going to blow people away, or do you still think there's a couple more iterations left to go?
I mean, I think even 11 was really good. People were experiencing a lot of zero intervention drives, but it was so robotic. I mean, I think people are really going to be surprised. So many people just don't want to believe it until they've tried it. You say, wow, this thing is doing some incredible things. This architecture is great, but it's definitely a boy you cried wolf scenario where you hear some variation. Ah, okay. Elon said that about version 9. He said that about version 10. But this really throws away everything into the trash. And they're starting on a new path that looks extremely promising. Like the fact that they got rid of 300,000 lines of code and it actually works this much better. I mean, yeah, this is the version. And it doesn't just work in California. We have people in Minnesota and New Jersey. We got Bradford driving across the country. It is a much better framework to generalize to different places than the old system. And I think this is also why you saw sort of a diversity of opinions where, if you're like me and you live in California, depending on where you live, it may work great for you. So you saw some people even with 11 who were like, yeah, this is awesome. It's changing my life. It's so great. But depending on where you live and the issues in your area might just be totally unusable to somebody else, right? And that's because of the sort of brittleness of the C++ code. It's hard to write C++ code that generalizes to all the variety in the world. Like, there's just so much variety in the world. And C++ code can't do that well. So you can ultimately try and serve a subset of your users, try and make it work well for them, but everybody's traveling, so everybody could go somewhere where it doesn't work. It was just a fundamentally broken approach. And I think some of the frustration that we've been hearing from people really reflects that fundamentally broken approach. And there are just some things that it just never would have worked. They could have worked on it for 10 more years. It would have just, you fix one thing, it makes another thing worse in another area. This is not like that. This actually just works. So, I mean, there's nothing I can really say ultimately. People just have to experience it for themselves. And I think this is going to be the version that really opens a lot of people's eyes. I mean, I'm already seeing it. I took Ryan for a ride. He says, "Look, I'm a skeptic. I don't use this myself. I'm a huge Tesla fan. I own a fleet of Teslas. I don't even really use it myself. I tend to drive manually." And he said, "Okay, wow, this is actually changing things. This is actually making me think robotaxi isn't as crazy as it sounds." And a lot of people who have V12, I've seen their comments. They're like, "Wow, this completely changes what I thought about this project."
All right. The free, you can watch his in the background. I really like the setup. Really enjoying having this video up here. I tried to do X video at the same time, but we had some audio issues, so I'll figure that out too at some point. Sawyer, welcome back. How are you? 2 days in a row.
My
What's the latest news on Tesla?
not
I
much.
think it's been a bit of a slow news day, slow news week for Tesla, other than 12.3 rollout, right?
Yeah, not much. Adam Jonas from Morgan Stanley put out a new report today, sort of talking about the Tesla
Did
bot.
we lose audio with Sawyer?
Can you hear me?
Can you guys hear Sawyer?
I can hear him.
I can
Oh,
hear.
no. All right. I'll be back. You guys keep going.
Yeah, I think he's cutting in and out. Anyway, I was just saying that Morgan Stanley's Adam Jonas put out a new report today, just sort of briefly talking about the Tesla bot. And from his industry discussions, Elon, I guess, is apparently spending an increasingly higher amount of time focusing on Optimus. And then he states that in his $320 price target for Tesla, it's mostly just comprised of auto hardware, auto related software and services, and energy related stuff. And he doesn't really include Optimus in his valuation at all. So I think that's long term. I think almost no one includes Optimus in their valuations, and same with FSD. So I think there's a lot of potential there, but still a ways off for that stuff to play out. I think specifically Optimus.
Yeah, I agree. There was an analyst, I think Sawyer, you posted this too, analyst talking on CNBC yesterday, and he was asked about Optimus, and he said he does not include Optimus. He was first asked what percent of his valuation, I think he has a 300 plus price target, what percent of his valuation is due to Tesla Automotive, and he said 10%. And he was asked what percent is due to Optimus, and he said 0. And he was asked why. Why do you assign 0 value to Optimus when Elon himself says majority of the value is going to be due to Optimus? And he says there's no product on the market just yet. So public markets don't price in this venture capital type of thinking into the stock. I mean, Optimus is a venture capital project at this point, right? It's being developed, but we talk about it. We talk about it here all the time, and how transferable FSD expertise is going to be. Tesla's manufacturing prowess is going to be transferable to manufacturing Optimus at a low cost, scaling to volume faster than others probably. And none of that is priced into the stock in any of the analyst estimates, as Sawyer just said.
Yeah, I think for him, it's mostly a lot of his value comes from the FSD, and then he specifically pointed to Tesla's Megapacks and their energy storage business being highly underrated and underappreciated. I disagree with him that it's going to take like decades for that to play out. I think we're already seeing the energy business start to play out and be material to the business, and I think that'll continue throughout this year into next.
Yeah, I agree. I was a little surprised when he said decades, but he did mention that energy margins are already higher than automotive margins. So
Yeah, and it should be even better once the Shanghai Megapack factory comes online.
yeah, exactly. Machine.
How much is Figure AI valued at? Do we know?
Wasn't it like 2 point something billion?
Yeah, so when you're talking about those magnitudes, it's not that Tesla Optimus isn't valued at all. It might be. It's just such a small number if you compare it to Figure.ai in terms of the expected likelihood, which certainly you could argue is higher for Tesla than Figure AI. But a few $1 billion, $5 billion, that's chump change in Tesla's valuation right now. So the daily fluctuations are just kids.
Yeah, that sounds about right. It's probably worth about $5 billion today or something like that.
Yeah, Figure AI raised $675 million on $2.6 billion valuation. But we don't know how much of that 675 million is cash. So a lot of it is Microsoft Azure credits. Anyway. We have Eduardo on the board as well, who has 12.3. If any questions for Omar or Eduardo for their 12.3, I think those are the only two people on the board right now that have 12.3. Please request to speak. About Tesla gave us an update on the rollout, FSD rollout. About Tesla, would you like to repeat what you said earlier for those who just joined?
Yes, sure. So looks like 12.3 is now going to pretty much all cars that had 12.2.1. Most have been already updated. And it's also going to some new cars that didn't have V12 before. Smaller percentage, but still that's something new. It's a new development. So we have now cars that never had V12 before now getting this 12.3. The total about 0.5% of the fleet is being targeted for this version. So it's not a huge percentage, but it's more than we had before until now with V12. So so that's a good sign. Doesn't mean that it goes much wider, but that's a hope. So let's hope that this will expand and we'll get some more cars getting it over the weekend. And I have a question to whoever has Paul Mars and whoever else has 12.3. I understand that
Eduardo has 12.3.
Okay, Eduardo. So, from your guys' experience, what do you see as the remaining items? As far as I understand there are quite a few improvements, but do you see anything that would prevent Tesla from rolling it out to everyone? Let's say you get this version. What do you think would stop them from rolling it to everyone? Do you see any stumbling blocks right now?
Omar?
Well, it's not perfect, but it doesn't need to be 100% perfect before you roll it out. It just has to be better than 11 enough that you feel that it's a net positive. So I think we've gotten to that point. There are some minor issues, yes, there are some minor annoyances, even potentially some safety critical issues, but it's down to a level where I think they're comfortable rolling it out. Now, there's a lot of confusion about the term rolling it out. So this doesn't mean they just send it to everybody. That's never how a software update goes out. They send it to a few people, it goes well, they send it to a few more people, it continues to go well, they send it to a few more people. If any critical issue is discovered, then it can be paused while they investigate or fix it. Sometimes a point release might go out, and then it's going to continue to expand. So obviously, it's not something that everyone's going to get all at once. They're going to dip their toe into the water, then put their foot in the water, then jump in slowly. And yeah, I think probably starting this weekend, we're going to start to see people get updated, and hopefully all goes well. Looks pretty good to me, but these things are unpredictable. It could be there's some crazy issue in some bizarre set of cases, and they need to pause it or something. Even the Tesla team doesn't know what issues they may discover that they haven't yet, right? So yeah, it's pretty much ready to go wide, I think. It seems like they are starting to add some new users, and I think at this point it's appropriate to sort of dip their toes in. This software is really so much safer than 11 in many ways. It is sort of more rough because it's new, but it has so much more advanced capabilities that we really do want to move the entire user base over to this as soon as it's safe to do so.
Eduardo, do you have anything to add to that?
No, I think he pretty much covered it. He said it perfectly. I do think this is actually the best version I've had, and I've only been testing FSD since February of last year. So I definitely do think this is a really good version. Again, I haven't had any major issues with it. Everything's been pretty good, and the settings that I use are always assertive on my drives, and it does feel super confident. And yeah, I'm just enjoying it right now. But everybody definitely needs to experience it to really, feel how incredible it is. I know in one of my videos I kept saying like, it doesn't feel like a car is driving me around. It's just so natural, and yeah, it's a great experience.
Keep talking so Machine doesn't get a chance to talk.
If you had a choice, if it was your decision, and let's say the choice was, it's hypothetical, obviously, but the choice is you have to fix, you have to
Yeah,
finalize the
thank you
version.
so much for letting me talk, and I'll
Hold
be
on.
posting more
Okay, hold on.
videos for sure.
Eduardo, hold on. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, can you hear about Tesla?
I can't. No.
Okay, so now this is,
Frequency.
hold on one second. So this is Eduardo's first time, I think, in Spaces, right, Eduardo?
Yeah,
Speaking?
this is definitely my first time.
Yeah. So when this happens, what you got to do is you got to exit the app, or at least go back to listener and then request to speak again. So go back to listener. I'm going to put you down to listener and then come back to speaker.
Got it.
In the meantime, Machine, go ahead, and then we're going to take about Tesla's question for Eduardo.
Well, I was actually going to ask him a question, but he's gone.
He's back.
Okay.
He's back.
There we go.
All right, Machine, go ahead.
You mentioned that you put in assertive mode, and then it's really smooth and tender, and I think those are all things that Mahan's mom also gives reviews about. But my serious question is, do you think your amount of critical like safety related disengagements is lower on this version versus previous versions?
Machine, you made me laugh as I was opening up a packet of lentils, and now half the packet is on the floor. So thank you.
Well, my day's
Eduardo?
made.
I definitely do feel like I disengage a lot less than previous versions for sure. I have done a good amount of drives with zero disengagements. I use FSD from my house to work and back home without zero disengagements, and I use it on every drive. I honestly haven't driven myself since 12.2. I've been just letting FSD do all the drives. Even when I go to the grocery store, which is probably like 3-4 miles away from my house, I let FSD take me. And it's just been flawless, honestly. I do disengage a lot less. There is times where with the red flashing light where I do have to disengage, but that's basically the only issue that I've noticed on my end.
Eduardo, you have to put yourself on mute when you're not talking. About Tesla, what's your question for Eduardo?
Yeah, for Eduardo and Hallmarks as well. So just hypothetically, if you had a choice to go to send this version to everyone, and it will have to stay that version for the next few months, which version of the FSD you would be more comfortable sending out to everyone for a long period of time? 12.1, I'm sorry, 12.3 or the previous 11?
12.3. I mean,
Yeah,
yeah, 11 is just garbage compared to this.
I agree with that.
That's what I was hoping to hear. Thanks.
So, Machine, does this make you want to go out there and buy back your leap calls?
No, not yet. It doesn't mean it's close to robotaxi.
Well, it doesn't have to be, right? It doesn't have to be close to robotaxi. Even the FSD take rate can. Like Omar posted a bunch of times today. Actually, why don't you explain, Omar?
Yeah, I just think like, so you take a look at the video I posted where it drove me from Stanford to San Francisco during rush hour. Like some people have to make commutes like this. They're in the car an hour every day. Like look at that video. I'm just sitting there. I don't have to do anything. I mean, this is going to be a life changer for so many people. If you commute, if you're an Uber driver, something like that. Then you see in the Tesla app update that they submitted to the App Store last night, somebody decompiled it and they've got some strings about summon, auto park, parallel and perpendicular parking. Elon said there's going to be some cool releases this month and next. Maybe add in a couple months of delays in there if you want to be realistic. And I think like you can see in my video there, the 85-minute drive, it starts in the parking lot. So this video, it goes from parking spot to parking spot entirely on its own. I didn't touch anything. And you can see it navigating out of the parking lot, and there's people there. There's another car, and it just gets out of there. Like that, I think, is going to be the coolest thing when you have summon and auto park, and you can literally just push a button on your phone, and your car comes to you driverlessly. Like, who is not going to want to try that at least once? Unless you're completely broke and don't have $200, you're going to want to try it at least once in your Tesla, um, just because it's so cool. And it's like this inherently viral thing. Like people see it in the parking lot and they're like, oh my God, that's crazy. They start asking you about it. So, I mean, I think it's just so cool as it is, and is already getting to the point where it's normal for it to take you curb to curb without any input in many cases. And this is just the beginning, right? It's only going to get better from here. So you kind of think out to what it's going to feel like at the end of the year. It's it's really going to be like a robo taxi like experience. I mean, it already is sort of getting to that level. Like Ryan was sort of bringing it up. He was saying, this feels like Waymo, but a little smoother. Um, yeah, it's you just kind of have to experience it for yourself. But it is something that I think a lot of people just aren't going to be able to live without. It provides an enormous amount of value. And, maybe they have to play with pricing or something like that. Um, that could certainly, drive demand. But I think they've got an extremely compelling non-robotaxi product here, just in terms of the ADAS features they're offering.
Team?
Yeah, I mean, the way Omar said it, really, right now, it's just a cheap trick. It's a cheap trick, and Omar is Boy George, and you got to wait later until actually people subscribe to this in an increased take rate before I'm going to gain confidence that actually comes to the bottom line, affects earnings, and then the stock will reflect that. There's a lot of latency there. You know, as soon as people start increasing the take rate, doesn't necessarily mean the stock is going to go up right then. So I'm fine with waiting, especially with options which have some theta decay on it.
There's a question in the replies asking Omar or Eduardo to estimate how much better 12.3 is, but that's a hard thing to define. Eduardo already said, I think, that number of safety critical disengagements is way lower, right, Eduardo? Is there a way to quantify that at all, or Omar?
Well, I mean, there might be a little more safety critical disengagements in 12 than 11, maybe even still, just because of the newness of it. But it can handle so many things that 11 couldn't. Things that 11 would fail at, it just handles it like it's nothing. So, and it's not really that common to have a safety critical takeover at all. But 11 was so refined from being out for so long that it's the tough comparison. So, like again, if you look at this video, I could have been in the back seat. I didn't touch anything. And, for legal reasons, I need to be in the front seat and monitor it because it's not reliable enough. But if I had decided to break the law and circumvent the driver monitoring system somehow and be in the back seat, the car would have been able to complete this drive from Palo Alto to San Francisco completely on its own. So you can kind of dismiss it and say, yeah, it's not robotaxi yet, and of course it isn't
Hey, Omar, I
robotaxi
need
yet.
you to co-host for 5 minutes.
Sure.
All right.
So, you can say it's not robotaxi yet, and of course it isn't robotaxi, but it's basically doing the motions of exactly what the robotaxi needs to do. Take you from curb to curb without a human touching anything. All they need to do now is grind on all the different situations that trip it up, like we talked about flashing red lights. So, okay, if you see a flashing red light on your trip, then you're going to have to take over. So, all of those increasingly long tail of edge cases, they just have to make sure that it can handle anything it sees. And then a greater and greater percentage of drives won't require any human input. Yeah.
All right. Eduardo, anything you'd like to add to that?
Um, no, he. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah. Okay, that's okay.
Okay, perfect.
We'll have you back next time. Yeah. Let's see. Machine dropped off. Looks like. Any questions or comments for Machine or about Tesla? Please request to speak. Somebody referred earlier to a possible ChatGPT moment. I think it was Sawyer. Omar, do you expect the ChatGPT moment with 12.3, or
This is the ChatGPT moment, or one of them at least. I think
well, ChatGPT
when
was
they talked
was
about the ChatGPT moment, this is what they were referring to. Like that's where it came from. Is the guy who was working on this? He said it's like ChatGPT. It works like ChatGPT. Just like ChatGPT predicts the next sequence of words that a human might say, this predicts the next sequence of driving actions that a human may do. And it's sort of unsupervised. It just trains on that sort of raw driving data, just like the language models train on the raw human language and internet.
well, ChatGPT moment in the sense that it went from nobody knowing what ChatGPT was to millions of people using it within a couple of weeks. I mean, you expect that?
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly possible, right? You've got 2 million Teslas, and at least 1.5 million of them don't have it. They could all go subscribe this weekend if they wanted to. Now, that's probably not going to happen, but if 12 was rolling out, you could see something like that happen. But I think also another aspect of sort of the chat GPT moment is people just waking up to what's possible. I think when chat GPT came out, people said, wow, I had no idea that AI systems were this advanced. Of course, GPT had been existing and available as an API for quite a long time, but most people had not played with it. This ChatGPT moment really exposed them to the first time of the power of what these models can do. And I think that the release of V12 is going to be a ChatGPT moment in that it's going to wake people up to the fact that self-driving is much further along than they think. Like, here it is, you can run it, you can use it. And I think they'll be blown away by what it can do today.
I created a poll on YouTube Live. How many FSD users by year end? If you're on YouTube Live, please vote on the poll. Let's go to Knox first. Knox, go ahead.
Hey, you may have already said this before, sorry. Do you think the red flashing light is enough to pause the wider rollout? They've waited this long. Why not just wait to correct that so they don't have any bad press or something like that?
They may fix it in a point release, but I don't think that it's enough to hold it back. A flashing red light isn't all that common. You usually only see it if a traffic light's down or something, and the user can just hold down the accelerator pedal or take over and do it themselves. So I don't think it's a showstopper. I think maybe, they were only planning to probably release it to like a smaller number of people initially. But I think that, they could follow it up pretty quickly with the 12.3.1 that addresses that issue and some other issues that they've seen in the early rollout.
Can you keep an eye on YouTube Live audio and just let me know if there's an issue? Steven.
Yeah, it has to do with FSD and I guess the flashing red light or any weird scenario. And I don't even know if this is a relevant question, but could the FSD software warn you like 1,000 yards ahead of time before you're even aware of the situation so that you're prepared? Or is that like overkill in that situation and maybe you won't even need to be warned?
I don't get it. What situation is it warning you about?
So say there's a flash and don't even notice it, but the cameras do. Is it worthwhile
There's a
that
flood?
the cameras, the SD warn you? What is your question?
What's happening? There's a flood?
No.
Steven, you're cutting off. We're gonna get back to you. Rick Rocks, go ahead.
Thank you, Yaman. I got a question for Omar. As far as the rollout of the version 12, I'm on the 11 right now, but most recently I got an update. I thought it was version 12, but it was version 220 2024.2.7. And I know version 12 is 2023 branches. Will I get the version 12 or I'm stuck with 11 for a while?
Yeah, you don't have to worry too much about it. There does need to be a new build made that's a 2024 branch, but they are going to do that as they roll V12 out. So I'm hoping that by the end of the month, it should be on pretty much everybody's car who has FSD 11.
Thank you. I guess I'm stuck for this for a little bit. So thanks.
For a little bit, yeah. But that 2024 build should be coming out probably within the next couple weeks. So when you see that go out, then you know that it's probably getting close.
Yeah, but the new version I got, but it's pretty nice as well. I like it, but I'm just getting jealous seeing all the videos about 12. I can't wait to get it.
Yeah, 12 will be much better than the version. 11.4.9 was pretty nice as well, but 12 just blows it out of the water. And the most incredible thing is each new version is an even bigger leap forward. It's getting better faster than I've ever seen too. So I think that's also super exciting.
About Tesla.
So just to clarify for those who are not software developers, the reason why they are doing this is that why they have separate branches is because whenever they make a change, it's much easier to do quality assurance and regression testing and analysis and everything when you don't change other variables. So it's much better for them to stay on the same branch without any new features, nothing else added to the mix, and release a new version of FSD so they can compare how that telemetry from that version, how is it different from the other one, without worrying about any other factors that may have affected this. So that's why they keep it on the same branch for as long as they can. But then eventually, at some point, when they get enough confidence with the new V12 version, they will merge it with the latest GUI version and user interface version that is in the field, which is 2024 branch now. So that will happen, but it may not happen right away because that's not the goal. The goal for them is to polish the V12, and then once it's ready, then they will obviously merge and release it to everyone.
Knox.
I'm not sure if you saw, there was a driver using V12, and when they got to New York, in the city lines, they said that it changed how it drove without them having to change the car from, normal to assertive. Have you heard of this? Do you see anything in the code that would hint towards your location changing? You still live in New York. I think if they will eventually solve this, they would have to have the car essentially bend the rules for certain things in order to be drivable in that city. I'm not sure if you heard that. And I'm not sure the account name. I can try and find that, but it was 2-3
Omar,
days ago.
did you get the question?
Yeah. I mean, it'll drive like a human in New York City. So it'll look at what humans do and it'll do that. So I think it was probably Bradford Ferguson you're talking about. And yeah, I think it's going to be a big leap forward for New York City.
Any questions, comments, please request to speak. And once on the speaker board, no hands mode, no hands mode.
Slightly off topic, but I saw a lot of cyber trucks here in Texas. I'm near Boca Chica right now for the launch, and there are so many cyber trucks. It's amazing. There was one stopped on the highway, and policeman was approaching it. I have no idea what was the deal. Maybe he just was saying, "What the heck is this?" I don't know. Then I saw another one, which was a very nice, interesting paint, or this wrap, I guess, like military green, and it was looked fantastic. Was charging right next to me on the supercharger. So
All right, let's get the question from Wave, and then maybe Abateza can give us an overview of how his experience was with the Starship launch. Wave, go ahead.
Hi guys. Omar, question for you. Are you still planning to do the coast to coast? And if so, do you think this is the time, especially with the last release? Looks pretty good, especially most of it will be interstate driving as well.
Yeah, I think I am going to try it for sure. It's kind of interesting. The current stack, as I understand it, is still using the old stack for highways. So there is at some point going to be a version that uses a new end-to-end model for the highway. And that may do a little better, but it's already good enough that it potentially could make it coast to coast. I don't know. It'd be interesting at least to see how many takeovers are required. But yeah, starting probably in April, we'll start making some attempts maybe. And I mean, I think we could potentially do a coast to coast drive this year. It seems in the cards. Like, I think potentially it could make it without any intervention this year.
Oh, you need to test it on the East Coast first.
If I can't, so for those requesting to speak, if I can't verify that you're a Tesla related account, then I can't. So just leave. If you can't come up to speaker board, you can leave your question in the replies. Wave, go ahead.
Yeah, I think
Mandarinas in my garden is so good.
Wave, go ahead.
that was interesting.
Wait, what did he say?
He said something in my garden is interesting. Something about a garden.
Okay.
Wait, go ahead. Wave, go ahead.
All right, we'll try it again. All right, Omar, I think it'd be really great if you do, even if it's to get a baseline of getting the number of disengagement, maybe pick a route, even before coast to coast, you do a lot of San Francisco, LA. It'd be great to just do that in San Francisco, maybe to San Diego, Seattle. Just to those longer trips, I think are really good visibility and awareness for people that these things can be done. And the other thing I wanted to mention, it's not a question, but I saw someone use a route to hospital the other day as an example of something. There was an emergency and it was totally intervention free, that just voice command, take me to the hospital. I think this could be something of use similar to the fall detection that they have for iPhone, that when somebody becomes incapacitated, at least you can pull them off to the side of the road, call 911 or some other actions. Thanks.
All right. Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Please request to speak. Omar, we have a question for you in the replies that I can't see right now. So, John Tegland, you may unmute yourself and go ahead.
Hi, I was wondering if anybody knew whether or not Canadians could take like an extended vacation and drive their Tesla down into the US, and while they're there, start like a monthly subscription to FSD. I'm currently living in Mexico and thinking about buying a Tesla here and then driving it up and spending the summer in the US with it.
I think that if it's a Canadian Tesla, then you need to wait for Canadian FSD subscription, which is supposed to be launching soon. If it's a US Tesla, then you can subscribe anytime. Or you could always rent one on Turo that has FSD. Our friend Ryan from the Kilowatts has a bunch of them, so that might be an option that works too.
Would FSD even work in Mexico?
I don't think it works in Mexico.
I'm pretty sure that it doesn't. And another thing I've noticed driving around down here is that the ambulances and the police will routinely drive with their flashing lights on, but nobody pulls out of their way unless they turn their sirens on, which made me think that they'll probably have to put some sort of acoustic or audio device on the cars before they'll be able to function with FSD in Mexico.
Yeah, they do have microphones on the car, so they should be able to use that.
I had no idea that they had the microphones on the car.
That's why we have these spaces. Come into the space and learn something new every day. And this space will not be available if it wasn't for the patrons that signed up. There's a few dozen of them that make this space possible. And all the members on YouTube Live and all the moderators on YouTube Live, people who send super chats. That's why this space is available every single day at 2 p.m. Central Time. Any questions for Omar, please request to speak. Omar has been driving FSD 12.3 now for a couple of days. He's posting videos.
And I've been driving the Cybertruck.
Yeah. Any Cybertruck questions? Please request to speak. About Tesla,
I cannot hear you.
Yeah, I think he cut out there.
oh no. About Tesla, can you hear me?
I can hear you now. As soon as he asks that, he disappears.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Now we can.
All right. About Tesla, would you like to tell us about your starship experience?
Yeah, that was amazing. Omar, you didn't make it. You wanted to join, but no, it was really amazing. I really liked. I was very close to this, like at the edge of the exclusion zone. We were camping there with tents and stuff, and we could see the visibility wasn't that good. Unfortunately, it was kind of fog and some clouds. But we could see the launch, then it disappeared for a moment, then it came again through the clouds. And so we could definitely hear it and we could feel it, just the rambling and all this. It's quite an experience. I think everyone should experience it at least once. So it was fun.
Okay, thank you. Wes Hicks, go ahead.
Thanks, Sheldon. Hey, just a quick question for Omar. Omar, are you struggling between making a decision to drive the S versus the Cybertruck? I know that the S has 12.3. I was just wondering if I had both, if I might just be driving the Cybertruck all the time and forget the S myself. So just want to get your thoughts on that.
Yeah, it is a very tough decision choosing between 12.3 and choosing between the Cybertruck. But hopefully that'll be remediated soon when Cybertruck gets FSD. I mean, if this thing had FSD 12, it would be incredible. So anything longer driving out of the city on highway, if I'm going to be in traffic, that's going to be the Model S for sure. Because I mean, the difference in experience is remarkable. With Cybertruck or any manually driven car, really, your arms are kind of hurting over a long drive. You just have to keep it in the lane. And, the Cybertruck's such a large vehicle. You're always sort of really having to make sure it's in the lane and not, getting too close to any other vehicles. The experience difference compared to the Model S, where you're literally just sitting there and it can just drive you for hours and you don't have to do anything at all, and you can just enjoy the music, space out. In the Cybertruck, I'm always missing turns, missing exits because I'm so used to FSD now. And in FSD, you can be in the most crowded freeway and it just changes lanes over, takes the exit, never misses it. It's like incredible how it can navigate traffic like that. So for those kinds of things, and then also, if I have to park on the street or something, the Model S is a little easier to park. The Cybertruck's bigger. But for anything else, especially if we have a lot of people with us, definitely take the Cybertruck. If you're need to bring some big stuff around, Cybertruck all the way. You need to use it like Starlink or something, plug it into the bed. And it's just generally like a more comfortable vehicle, especially for driving around the city where the roads are shitty and bumpy and stuff like that. You just feel like you're floating in the Cybertruck. Also, it's pretty funny to see people's reaction. So it's a tough choice right now, but hopefully it's fixed soon and they send FSD to the Cybertruck as well.
Do you see yourself keeping two cars still once you have to FSD in the Cybertruck and utilizing both?
Um, yeah, I think I do. The Model S and the Cybertruck are both just really nice cars in their own way. The Cybertruck is less efficient, so I find that the range is great for day-to-day driving. My use cases, there's nothing that I need to do that it can't do. Road trips, great. Driving around the city, great. You can charge it at home, no problem. But, the Model S does have 405 miles of range. So that's more range than any other Tesla, which is nice. You have to stop to charge less. It's really comfortable. It's got the tilting screen. I can play Grand Theft Auto in it. There's definitely some nice things that make me want to keep both for now, especially since I need one car with FSD. But as time goes on, we'll see. I could see that, you know, I decide it kind of doesn't really make sense to have two cars since one is sitting around all the time. But also, I drive so many miles that if I have two cars, maybe both will have a normal amount of mileage.
Do we know if the Cybertruck screen will tilt eventually or no?
I don't know, but it would be helpful if it did, I think. It is a pretty big screen. It can sometimes be challenging to reach over, especially when you have to drive manually. I find myself like going outside the lanes a lot. Um, it just because you look at the screen for a second or something and you may go out of your lane to the left or right. So it really has kind of just opened my eyes to how important auto steer is. And so many people just don't acknowledge what an important safety feature this is even today, to have a lane keeping assist that's so good that can keep you in your lane. Like, it's kind of crazy that people are driving and we're at the mercy of, one small mistake, right? Somebody drops something, they spill coffee on themselves, something happens and they make one wrong movement and they could crash into somebody. And they just really have to be aware all the time and not make any mistake at all. And AI just completely eliminates this now. It's really just an incredible contrast. Like I'm kind of glad it shipped without auto steer or FSD, so I could go back to so I could just remember what it's like. It's an incredible vehicle to drive manually, but I mean, in this day and age, it's kind of just unsafe um, to not have lane keeping assist, honestly.
Great stuff. Thank you.
Arvinder.
Hi, Omar. So if you were to sell Model S down the line, are you concerned about the price depreciation? Especially Tesla keeps changing the prices.
I mean, I'm not concerned about the price because I plan to keep it and it's paid for already. So there's no loan or anything I have to pay. It's just paid for. I traded in my Model 3 Performance and then paid cash for the rest. So, you know, it's a luxury car. Luxury cars depreciate. Everybody knows that. Um, I'm not really concerned with selling it anytime soon. I'll probably sell it maybe in a few years, and who knows what the value will be at that point. Or maybe FSD will be solved and I'll just turn it into a robo taxi or something. So, no, I'm not really worried about depreciation. Actually, the Cybertruck probably is going to be a worse situation, I think, potentially if they ramp up production, since I bought this Foundation series and paid $20,000 extra. But that thing is kind of also just paying for itself in ad revenue as well.
Any questions for Omar or others on the board about FST 12.3 or Cybertruck or any other topic about Tesla, for example, was just at Starship launch? You can come up and ask him about Starship launch. I see Tesla Scope in the crowd if he wants to come up and talk about the rollout. Wes Hicks is a global advertising executive. You can ask him about advertising. Am I wrong? He's the
Yeah.
best, the best in the world.
I can only agree with that.
All right, Zachary, go ahead.
Hey guys, thank you for taking my call. Do you guys think we actually having a chance for the first time to expand to India, or is it another nonsense story? Thanks.
Omar, what do you think about this news that India lowered import taxes from 70 to 100% to, I believe, let's see, 20 something percent, right? Or was it 15%? Zachary, do you know the number?
I believe I read was 15 or 20% if the company is willing to invest $500 million or more on in the next 3 years.
15%. That's a hell of a drop. Wave?
I think that's a real good question. I saw that first thing in the morning, and I think it is material because it's the first time I've seen the Indian government compromise, and that's what Tesla was looking for to start by selling their cars there, and they will definitely can easily commit 500 million, especially for a demographic and a country that would be bigger than China. So I see it as positive and not wolf cry sheep or sheep cry wolf. I think it's very positive.
Omar, do you think we're going to get a Dear India announcement sometime soon?
It's possible. I don't think it's a sure thing. You know, India is an incredible country, a lot of potential, but also kind of a regulatory nightmare in many ways. I think the 100% tariff on foreign cars is sort of emblematic of that. And, i- you know, most of the market for EVs in India are really two wheelers. Um, there aren't a lot of EV sales. There isn't a lot of infrastructure that we have in markets like the US and Europe and China. The grid can sometimes be more unreliable. There's probably a bigger market for home batteries, but it's a step in the right direction, right? 15% import tariff versus 100%. I mean, 100% import tariff is almost effectively like a ban that you have to like bribe them to get out of or something. It's sort of almost equivalent to that. So it was really putting a damper on any sort of imports. They want to encourage domestic production, and they have a lot of laws in the country that are very eh, they require domestic production in many cases, and even more than domestic production, domestic supply chain components like down the value chain. So some of these sort of regulations can be uh, problematic, I think, for businesses. But it, I'm not sure how much this is really going to change, but it's a good sign to them actually being able to start selling Model 3 and Y in greater quantities. Really, what they need, though, is the next gen platform. They need a lower cost vehicle that's smaller in size that can really break into, I think, markets like South America, Mexico, India, other markets that haven't traditionally been huge EV markets. So I think India is probably being considered in addition to maybe Thailand or another Asian location. We know that they're going to be making the next gen platform in Mexico and Austin for the North American market, Berlin for the European market. The Asian market is the big question mark. And if they say they're going to start production of this thing by the end of next year, where is that factory going to be exactly? Shanghai, would be the sort of obvious thought, but with some of the sort of political risk around China, it may not be wise to add a couple million additional units of production capacity to Shanghai as opposed to another Asian location. So I think India has some good strengths. It has a population of over a billion people, most populous country in the world now. They've got a strong labor force of people that are not low cost labor. You have an existing auto industry there in the country, so it's not a situation like building a factory in Saudi Arabia where no one has any experience with cars. It's a very different market, a very different world. They have a lot of software talent. Some of the software talent coming out of India, because it's an English speaking country, former British colony. They are huge in software. They can read code, they can correspond in English with people. I could see India being a software development hub for Tesla, in addition to a manufacturing hub. And you could probably actually co-locate and have a factory and have a software engineering team that was there at the factory, not only working on the line and stuff like that. So it could potentially be a good location. I'm not sure what their thinking is. Presumably, they would have to make some kind of large investment, some type of gigafactory like investment to actually qualify for this reduced tariff.
Zachary, does that answer your question? All right. Any other questions, comments? Please request to speak. Omar, I saw that you posted a link to a AI related paper. Language models can teach themselves to think before speaking. What do you make of this paper? What does it mean to Tesla?
I don't know. I'm probably not qualified to comment on it, to be honest.
Okay, when Meta comes into the space, we can ask him about it. Let's see. Tesla stock closed slightly higher today at $163.57.
Yeah, the earnings picture looks pretty bleak unless something changes. But if there is something that people don't see, then it could be easy to sort of surprise people. But I mean, you sort of just back out the one-time non-cash tax event in Q4, and they've gone from like over $1 of EPS to now, 50 cents and below. So, I mean, what do you think the earnings are going to be in terms of EPS for the year? Like, I guess it was technically $4 if you include that item, but next year, what are we talking about? Like $1, $2, unless we have some surprise like FSD or something else that adds in billions of dollars of earnings. How are you sort of thinking about this?
Yeah, we also have Meyer in the crowd if he wants to come up and talk about this. I think Tesla automotive orders really depend a lot on interest rates. So let's see what the Fed does. Powell talked about how he wants to. They're planning on cutting rates at some point this year, but the market is now pushing back the estimates of interest rates cuts to later this year. I think probably sometime next year the rates will come down, so that should boost orders a little bit. The Model 3 production is ramping at Fremont, so that'll be positive. Getting Cybertruck up to volume production is going to be positive for earnings, I think. And Elon said so as well a couple of quarters ago on the earnings call. So right now, with the rates where they are and Cybertruck just starting to ramp, the normalized net income is about $7 billion by my estimate. So that's only for the sexy vehicles with high interest rates. As rates come down, maybe that will allow Tesla to, pull back some of these price cuts or the extreme incentives to push the inventories, and that can get us up to over 10 billion. Cybertruck getting to volume production is going to add to that. So I can see Tesla Automotive getting to, $15-20 billion annual net income range without FSD. And then on top of that, with your videos and all the feedback that FSD beta testers are sending to Tesla, and with training compute limits, bottlenecks kind of being worked through, I can see FSD take rates rising as well. So that will add to the bottom line of Tesla. And then, we have Tesla Energy. And then in other years, obviously, robotaxis and Optimus. But let's see what Meyer has to say. Meyer, welcome to the speaker board.
Hey, guys.
What are your thoughts on Omar's question?
Yeah, it's gonna look like another. It's just crazy because we entered the year thinking that they would do like somewhere around 2.2 million total deliveries this year, and that's really come down, especially in the last couple of weeks here. And people are moving their estimates down to now 2 million. Some are well below 2 million now, so it really just depends on total deliveries. But it does look like the pace of price cuts have slowed compared to last year. There's still cuts, but not as much as last year. So, hopefully there's some evidence that gross margins can at least stabilize for the time being. But it's clear that, Elon just wants to move metal. Like right now, the company is basically being geared to just get as many cars in people's hands as possible, regardless of the margin. In hopes that FSD, once it goes wide, can start to increase its take rate and therefore make gross margins come back up again. But at least for the first half of this year, it looks like gross margins may not have bottomed yet. And that's why the stock has been under pressure so much. And we still don't know, when that take rate is going to rise. So, both investors and analysts are, it's just not, there's not enough certainty to model it in. And so that's why, when Q1 is weak and Q2 is likely to be weak as well on a year-over-year basis, they got to slash the full year forecasts. And when that happens, earnings come down, and so the multiple compresses, and that's basically been the story so far this year. As the worst performing stock in the entire S&P 500. But the long-term trajectory is still, unchanged. I mean, this is a company that's, on a pathway to 10 million units or more. And, the FSD and Optimus projects are still way out in the future, just in my opinion. But these are, massive out of the money call options, if you will. But
Omar, what do you think about all that?
Yeah, I mean, you look at this thing and you say, okay, well, it's trading at, let's say, 37 times trailing earnings. But then if you look at it on a forward basis and you back that out and you look at the pressures they're under with the Model Y now, they've been offering some inventory discounts in China. He may be right. It may be the case that margins haven't bottomed yet. And we saw a sequential improvement last quarter, which was a good sign, but I think the CFO cautioned, look, don't expect it to happen again, maybe. So if, margins continue to decline, that's not great. Then you look at the thing and you start sort of doing the math, and, now you're trading at like 80 times earnings again. So the stock looks cheap, but then if the earnings are falling faster, then the stock's going to probably be under pressure to continue falling as well. So really, they need to see margins stabilize and earnings grow. I mean, if anything can happen to make earnings grow, it doesn't necessarily have to be the auto business, but if there's some credit sale, some licensing deal, something that they can do, then that would probably be positive. But right now, it's kind of hard to see um, where this really ends. I mean, you look at the FOMC meeting that's coming next week, and you look at the CPI and PPI data, and it looks like we'd been making some good progress, but now CPI and PPI uh, is kind of leveling off. It's been at 3%, a few different reports now. So I think some people are worried that the Fed might say, look, okay, we're going to actually maybe hold rates a little longer, or maybe even some additional policy firming is needed. And then that's going to continue to put pressure on margins, potentially continue to weigh on the auto industry. So you really can summarize it as kind of they are betting the farm on FSD. They're betting the company on FSD in many ways. Because if an alternative strategy would be to maybe try and preserve the earnings of the auto business, maybe accept a little bit lower growth, maybe even produce a little bit less. But they really are just trying to move as much metal as possible, even if you have to compromise the earnings of the business. So it becomes kind of a black hole. When you have a business and everything's stable, everyone can plug it into their spreadsheet and say, I know what to expect for earnings this year. They did this much last year. I think they can do this much again. But when you have this situation in the business where the earnings are actually falling, it becomes a little bit of a black hole to really sort of, project out the future earnings growth. And we point to all these things. Hey, look, there's a robot here, FSD is doing better. But it's a little bit difficult, I think, for people who are trying to model this to see when that starts to have a impact on the P&L.
Meyer, I had to put you on mute because we were getting some static. So I recommend people put themselves on mute while they're not talking. But did you have anything to say?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to actually a different sort of discussion, but Can I switch to a slightly different topic?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so if we think, so this is been my thesis for a while now. If we think that Tesla is on the verge or going to solve autonomous driving in, I don't know, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, whatever it is, like truly driverless autonomy, not just supervised autonomy, then in my view, the Tesla Semi becomes their like probably number 2 most important vehicle in the entire lineup after like the compact car, even more than Cybertruck, because the trucking opportunity is enormous. And like in the US, 72% of all cargo by volume is shipped by trucks. It's embedded throughout industries like throughout the US, Europe, China, India, everywhere. Trucking is like the veins, like the arteries of commerce. And trucking has largely remained unchanged for 50 years. Like there's been incremental like improvements to trucking, but by far and large, this is an industry that has been a dinosaur for years and years. And if the Tesla Semi can come in and save just 20% just from the hardware alone, but then if you layer on the cost savings from autonomous driving, I know there's a lot of challenges with that, like with charging and things like that, but there's a lot of immediate sort of fruits that the low hanging fruit, like short haul routes, which is a majority of all trucking mileage anyway. Imagine what that would do to global commerce. And that's why I've been trying to ask Elon, just tagging him. But my main question I have, and I'd love to hear anybody's opinion on this, but my thesis is that the FSD option on the Tesla Semi will be a lot more than the FSD option on any other vehicle because of the commercial impact that it would have for the buyer. Because you wouldn't have to pay, the salary of drivers, plus their health benefits, plus their pensions and all that stuff. And trucking is a huge industry. I mean, it employs millions and millions of people. So yeah, their jobs are obviously would be at risk, but not immediately though. So my big question that I've had for years is, will they charge more for FSD on the Semi? But even before that, how is testing going on the on the Semi? We haven't really heard any updates on like the original presentation that Elon gave regarding like the convoy platooning technology that they were
Well,
originally working on.
let's break it up a little bit. Let's get Omar's answer first on whether Tesla would charge more or Tesla Semi becoming the second most important vehicle in Tesla's lineup after FSD.
Yeah, I think you probably would charge more. It's, kind of unclear what that business model would look like. Maybe, it's just a higher price because of the commercial nature. Maybe you have a, Tesla network type situation where you're actually taking a percentage of the actual fare, the actual revenue that they're generating, transporting goods. Maybe you can sort of help arrange different loads for it to transport and stuff like that too, if they want. But I think the Semi, I completely agree. And of course, there's going to be a lot of work required to take the existing FSD and to adapt it to a much larger commercial vehicle and the particularities of driving a Semi. But the fundamentals of perception, control are all still the same. So that's one reason I think it'll be a higher price too. It will need kind of its own dedicated team who's focused on that and is extending the technologies for the Semi. So I think it'll probably command a higher price for that. And it's from the early testing we've seen, there has been some independent testing conducted. They found that the Tesla Semi is very usable for day-to-day work with PepsiCo. They have the fast charging there at their site. They basically plug in while they're loading and unloading. And they sometimes have days where they go even over 400, 500 miles when they include the charging. The other really interesting thing the testing found is that it was the only truck that had really good fast charging. So I think fast charging, something they've always been really good at, plus FSD, I mean, they've got something huge here. The two biggest components in trucking are labor and fuel. Well, they just eliminated the labor and the fuel, and now you just need to charge it. So it potentially is really a structural infrastructure advantage that really improves the cost of everything because the cost of shipping comes down substantially. So it's absolutely a huge opportunity. Right now, they kind of more need to just start production on the Semi, but it sounds like they're going to start serious production of the Semi, not just these test units they've been doing with Pepsi in Nevada this year. And from what we hear, there was a rumor, I think TestScope or somebody else shared it, but apparently Elon told the team at Giga Berlin when he visited this week that they're going to be manufacturing the Tesla Semi there as well.
Yep, we had an update on Tesla Semi that Tesla will manufacture it at Giga Berlin.
Now, here's the huge thing, though. The reason why the Tesla Semi hasn't been mass produced yet more than anything is the batteries. And the batteries, especially the American-made batteries out of Panasonic, Semi was using the 2170 cells. Those are really at a premium now with the IRA especially. So do you want to take those 2170 cells made in America that qualify for the IRA when put in a vehicle and put them into a Tesla Semi, which by the nature of the law and, all its weird sort of loopholes, the battery that's in the Semi doesn't matter. It gets the $40,000 credit either way. So it kind of makes it challenging. So where does the battery supply for this thing come from? If they could redesign it to use an LFP battery pack, then that would change everything in terms of actually being able to mass produce it. But it's such a heavy vehicle that requires so much capacity that it may not be possible with the design. So another answer there is 4680, but obviously that's at the early stages of the ramp as well. So there's a big battery question, I think, for the Semi to really get into serious levels of production. I mean, one of these things needs the battery of 10 Model S's, right? Then in Berlin, it's actually interesting because Berlin is actually being supplied with BYD Blade batteries right now from BYD. And BYD is huge in the commercial vehicle space. They have buses. I was just down at Stanford and I saw a BYD bus as a Stanford campus bus. So maybe it's possible that Berlin was chosen because they could use some BYD batteries, whatever batteries they're using for their commercial vehicles there. And maybe that could help sort of let them produce the vehicles without really constraining the production of other models.
Machine.
Well, first of all, maybe if they keep having to cut prices on the Model 3 and Model Y, maybe it'll make more sense to make semis. Maybe you'll make more money from them. That's half joking, but we're kind of getting to that point. I want to come up for 2 points. One, I see Mayor, I don't know how I say it, but I appreciate a lot of your tweets. Although it seems like you've been predicting a recession for 2 years. When do you think it'll actually happen?
I think we may actually be in one right now. Usually, these things are rarely ever detected when recessions start. Naturally, that is. Obviously, everybody knew we were in recession in 2020, but like if you look at the last recession in 2008, the National Bureau of Economic Research, NBER, is the committee that officially designates when recessions start and end. And in 2008, they announced that we were in recession in November of 2008. And they went back and said, well, the recession actually started in December of 2007. And if you asked anybody in December 2007 or January or even February 2008, nobody would have said that we were in recession. So, recessions can be called in arrears, which, often does happen. But, I'm watching all of these leading economic indicators, and, rarely do you have an economy that is expansionary when full-time jobs are in contraction. And that's what we have today. Rarely do you have a bull market economy when the household survey of employment. Remember, the jobs report is actually two surveys. The one that you hear about is the establishment survey, which surveys employers. But the one that you never hear about is the household survey, which surveys actual individuals. That survey has been down now 3 months in a row, which never happens outside recessions. Banks are. Yeah.
Let's break it up.
Yeah.
Machine.
Thank you for that. No, that's really useful to know. So this is something you have hypothesized possibly it's starting now. What would you recommend that the Fed does with regards to interest rates or other stimulation methods and timelines?
Yeah, I think the Fed needs to cut. And the other problem that the Fed has is, there's kind of a bubble blowing in other parts, I think, and that's just my opinion. But you see things just going vertical, especially shit coins, like in the crypto world, just going vertical. And it's just, there are certain indications that we are in a bubble market. And so, because part of the reason for why this is happening is because liquidity is just so high. So asset prices have gone up a lot relative to their earnings. So a big reason or a big contributor to the return of the market this past year has been PE multiple expansion, more so than earnings. Because if you look at earnings, the S&P's earnings were actually excluding the Mag 6. So if you include the Mag 6, then earnings were up about 4% last year, but just removing those 6, earnings were down for the rest of the entire S&P 500. So we don't have a lot of earnings growth, even if you do include all 500 companies. So the majority of the return of last year was PE multiple expansion. And if you look at the earnings yield of the S&P minus the 10-year treasury yield, that spread is at the lowest levels that we've seen in 20 years, basically going back to the dot-com era. It's not quite as bad as that, but it's in that ballpark now. So I put out tweets on that with charts showing that. But markets are pricey right now, and it's especially risky when markets are pricey right when there's some warning shots of recession coming up ahead.
Yeah. Meyer, how confident are you that we are in a recession right now? What % probability would you assign to a recession being labeled for the current time?
Well, right now, whether we're in recession right now is a kind of a low probability. I'd say like 40%, 30 to 40%. But the probability that we will be in one in the next 12 months is much higher, like 75%.
Machine, what do you think about that estimate?
Well, I mean, I certainly don't follow as many economic indicators as Meyer, but I mean, that seems to make sense to me. And you would think when you suddenly raise interest rates high at like the quickest pace ever over a short period of time, that ultimately a year or two later you would start seeing some negative effects. So I think that those probabilities make sense. I'm just more interested in understanding the dynamics of what he mentioned, which makes sense to me that the stock market asset markets are very high. You also have high housing prices. They haven't really come down, which is interesting given the high interest rates. The only thing that's really in deflation is transport / cars. That do we really need to cut interest rates? Is that really the best thing to do for the economy? Or do we actually need people to lose their jobs so that things kind of get reset and reset all these asset bubbles? Like that, I'm not sure of, nor am I qualified to make a decision on.
Yeah. Well, thank you for sharing your insights. Before we go to Meyer again, I pinned at the top Doug DeMuro's Cybertruck Foundation Series resale 2024 Tesla Cybertruck Foundation Series at the top of your screens. Limited edition model, dual motor, all-wheel drive, FSD capability included. This is going on right now at the top of your screens, and the bid is up to $117,000. 10 bids on there. 7 days left to go. So we'll see how much this goes for. I'm curious. Meyer, go ahead. You want to respond to Machine?
Yeah, so that's why, I've been warning about this for a while. I've been wrong. So I fully admit that, but I base this prediction on leading economic indicators, the type of things that start turning before the headline big numbers start to show that we're in recession. So like if you're following GDP, for example, you wouldn't know that we were in recession until like Q2 or Q3 of 2008. And by that time, the damage is done, right? The market's down 40%. But the leading indicators like the yield curve, which is inverted right now, bank lending is in contraction right now as regional banks continue to deal with a whole host of issues with commercial real estate and other things like that. You never see manufacturing in recession. So ISM manufacturing PMI gauges the production level and activity of all of the all the factories throughout the U.S. and that's been in contraction now for 16 months. The ISM new orders subcomponent of that has been in contraction for I think 18 months. So, and then if you look at the jobs report, like I said, full-time jobs are in decline year over year. The household survey is in decline for 3 consecutive months. Permanent job losers, which is another data point that the jobs report communicates, that's up like 700,000 this year. And it's off of a low base. But anytime it crosses over the 3-year moving average, that's been the confirmation of the start of a upswing in unemployment. And then you already have the macro data shows that consumers are getting increasingly.
Can you say the last thing you said about an indicator of upswing in unemployment? What metric was that?
Yeah, so the permanent job losers.
Oh, got you. Okay, I got you.
Yeah.
What about initial weekly claims for unemployment benefits? Still at 200,000.
Yeah, that's still very low, and there's been interestingly enough, like that's been very low. So it may seem like we don't have a lot of unemployment right now, but Bloomberg put out an interesting piece that shows that that could be because fewer people qualify, or fewer people are qualifying for unemployment benefits today than they were in the past, and that's partly due to inflation. So the unemployment claims figure might not be the best indicator. That's why I like.
Did they say why fewer people qualify? You said due to inflation. What does that mean?
I can't recall exactly why, but there's Anna. Her Twitter handle is Anna Economist. She's the Bloomberg chief economist, and she wrote a whole paper on that, saying basically making the case that initial claims and continuing claims are no longer as beneficial from an analytical standpoint because fewer people are qualifying for it.
Machine, did you hear about that before?
No, I honestly was distracted by my kid. I didn't really hear all of it. Sorry, but I haven't heard it before.
Sir,
All
you have
economic
to.
indicators are flawed, especially
Yeah.
unemployment. They have to be looking for a job, and there's all these requirements. It's very noisy. If people just give up, then they won't be counted.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's kind of Well, that's true for the unemployment rate, and also true for initial claims. But initial claims have very good predictability of recessions. I mean, when you have initial weekly claims at 200,000, it's very, very difficult to have a recession. So I don't think we're in a recession right now. Atlanta GDP now is also showing positive GDP growth. Unemployment, Mario, you have to put yourself on mute when you're not talking, otherwise we get background noise. Thank you. Now, I agree with Meyer that I think that the Fed needs to cut before the end of Q2. Otherwise, we will have a recession. But they have a tough problem right now in their hands. We had the last two inflation reports come in higher than expected. And we have 3-month and 6-month annualized core CPI, core PCE figures trending higher. Core PCE 6-month annualized is expected to jump from 2.5% to 3.0% in February when the numbers are announced next week. So, I would not want to be in Powell's shoes right now. So far, they're looking towards a soft landing, in my opinion, but it's a tough situation in their hands. Meyer? Meyer, you're on mute.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah. No, so GDP is one thing, but then there's another indicator that same report publishes, which is called gross domestic income, which is on the income side of the equation, whereas GDP measures production. Obviously, both are important. But if you look at GDI, that's been flat to negative for the past year now. And we get a big update on that coming up on March 28th. So I'll be watching that closely. But there's been a very interesting breakdown between the relationship of the two. And historically, when those two break down, it's usually the start or somewhere inside of a recession when that happens. That happened in 2008, that happened in 2000. So it's just yet another indicator on top of all the other stuff that is getting worrisome.
Let me ask you this. Are you changing anything in your portfolio because you're worried of a recession?
Yeah, I mean, so if you, I don't know if you follow me, but I do trade a portion of my Tesla. So 1/3 of my shares I swing in and out, and the other 2/3 I keep long term. I don't touch them. So I'm doing that for risk management. I basically trimmed 1/3 at 248. Bought back at 179, then sold again at 170.
So you're more cautious around your trading.
Yeah.
But are you liquidating positions?
Well, like I said, I did liquidate 1/3 of my Tesla. So right now I'm under invested in Tesla right now.
What about other stocks?
Yeah, I have trimmed other companies too. So right now, I'm in 60% cash right now, earning 5% interest.
Gotcha.
So yeah, it's it's kind of the worst of both worlds because there's I think a rising risk. I think at least everyone can agree with that. There's a rising risk of recession happening roughly at the same time when Tesla is in between these two growth curves.
I mean, I agree with you. I agree with you that there is a rising risk of a recession. However, not everyone agrees. Even though back last year, people thought that there was 100% probability of a recession. Today, people are kind of either pushing those out or altogether dropping them. Ed Yardeni is predicting no recession this year or next year.
Yep. Yep, and many people are in that camp. A lot of people are in that camp that there's no recession this year or next year. But, I would just say that there are, it's very rare for us to not be in recession when banks are contracting credit. Credit is like the lifeblood of economic growth. And when banks taper back on credit growth, that usually follows with lower growth of the economy overall. if you look at, like, for example, the New York Fed just published they published their delinquency rates for consumers, and credit card and auto loan delinquency rates are at basically 12, 13-year highs, the highest level since we exited the great financial crisis. So there is signs of stress happening at the consumer level, and American Express and Discover, if you followed their Q4 earnings, they both reported rapidly rising credit loan loss provisions on their earnings. They, Discover basically more than doubled their bad loan loss provisions from 900 million to 1.9 billion. And there's, the stock dropped, on that news by 10, 12% or so. But, there's signs of stress for the consumer. And I think I think the data shows that that's very clear. And now you're starting to see rising joblessness, as we see from the full-time jobs count or the permanent job losers count. The permanent job losers just rising very rapidly.
All right. Let's take comments from Machine and Omar about what you just said. Machine, would you like to comment on credit card loss provisions rising at credit card companies and also other data showing the same as well? Does that worry you about a potential recession? And then the same question for Omar. And then I see TKU in the crowd. He posted something about Hertz. He's welcome to come up and share that with the rest of the group.
Well, I think what Meyer is describing is pretty much what you would expect to see from this monetary policy environment. And, their intention was really to slow the economy down. Of course, that's what raising rates does. And you also had, of course, a year ago, like the Silicon Valley Bank issue and other issues that have sort of impacted credit availability. I think higher rates mean more credit card interest, more delinquencies. We also have, a lot of sort of after effects of the pandemic. So, are we in a recession? I don't know, but honestly, I hope so, because that's what the Fed needs to see, right? They need some reason to start cutting. So if we were in a recession, that could be a great reason to cut. But on the other hand, I'm not too worried about the possibility of a recession, given that rates are at such a high level relative to where they were before, that it could be pretty easy to introduce some monetary stimulus to even things out. So, yeah, I mean, maybe we are in a recession. I'm not sure. I don't have a strong opinion on it myself, but we almost need something bad to happen to see rates start cutting down. So maybe that would be nice if something bad did happen.
Yeah. Yeah, it's hard to. I definitely don't want people losing their jobs. That's for sure. Recessions are really tough, man. They are really, really hard on people. Like I think half the country lives paycheck to paycheck. So
I mean, we've been seeing layoffs for quite some time. Certainly across the tech industry, especially, it's been felt.
Tech industry, yes, but the initial weekly claims for unemployment benefits is actually multi-decade lows, except
Right, yeah.
for maybe what was it, 2019? It was below 20,000, but they're extremely low levels. So there's always going to be
Yeah.
some layoffs, especially in tech right now. It's a little intense. January, February job cuts were second highest, except for last year, January, February, which was the highest since Great Recession. So there's a bit of it elevated, but people are able to find new jobs when that happens so far. Now that can change, but Maya was earlier talking about a specific metric, but on the other hand, there's also continued claims. So the number of people who are, collecting unemployment benefits, that seems to have stabilized right now, at least at 1.9 million. And the year-over-year growth rate of that figure it's come down to 0%. So it seems pretty stable at this point. Meyer, do you think in the next few weeks and months, do you expect the unemployment rate to continue upwards? Is the SAM rule something that you keep an eye on? He says we're not in a recession right now. She's very adamant about it, and this, she quoted some published papers. She used to work for the Fed and everything. She invented this metric that is not quoted everywhere. So what do you say to her?
Yeah, so the problem with the unemployment rate is that, like Omar said earlier, like it depends on the labor force. So if people drop out, if they get discouraged, then they don't get counted as a part of the labor force anymore. So
sure, but that's always been the case. Like that hasn't changed in the metric when she created this indicator, right? So that's part of the metric.
Yeah, you're right. But even with that, though, it has moved up, and I think it's gonna trigger in the next couple of months now, because now you can see that it actually has a better correlation with permanent job losers. So permanent job losers is what's reported on the monthly jobs report, and that surveys employers, and it shows how many jobs did they terminate. So rather than people watching, like, rather than looking at the unemployment insurance claims, the better way to capture how many jobs are being terminated is by looking at how many jobs employers actually canceled or closed out. So yeah, you're right. I don't want to dismiss initial claims at all or continuing claims at all. But I think you have to use all of these different ways of measuring the job market and the strength of the job market. So
if you were the Fed chair today, where would you have the federal funds rate?
If you use like the Taylor rule, then you should probably go down by 100 basis points, so 1%. So it'd be closer to 4 to 4.25.
So even though the inflation report just came at higher than expected, and the 3-month, 6-month annualized core inflation figures are trending higher, quite substantially actually, you would still cut 100 basis points, 1%?
Yeah, because again, like the problem is not so the reason why I think we had inflation in the first place is because of a surge in liquidity combined with global supply chains being completely dismantled due to the pandemic. So we armed people with more cash than they've ever had in the past. And at the same time, businesses were disrupted because supply chains were completely dismantled from before. So that's what gave us the highest inflation rate in 40 years. So the way to deal with that is through production and by reducing liquidity. It doesn't necessarily have to be through the cost of financing. And like if you look at, for example, the spread between the Fed funds rate and the 2-year yield, that's deeply inverted. And the 2-year yield is not a very long-term, duration. So if even the 2-year yield, which is more market-driven than the Fed funds rate, obviously the Fed funds rate is by mandate, then that tells you that the market doesn't believe that the Fed should be this high on its interest rate.
Okay. Mike, what do you think about what Maya was saying?
Well, thank you, Meyer, for a lot of those data points that indicate risk of recession. A couple of things that are a little contradictory to the risk of recession is doesn't really have historical precedence, and that's very important. How the data, because a lot of the data that Meyer has pointed out, and it's incredible work, Meyer, but a lot of those data points have been in the realm of recession for close to 24 months now. And I think the big delta between what the environment is today versus historical precedents is, one, the enormous budget deficit that is approaching 6% of GDP, projected to be $1.8 trillion in 2024. That doesn't have historical precedence, and that's very important because that's 1.8 trillion US dollars in the financial system that increases demand without increasing aggregate supply. So that's one thing. The other thing is the economy today is growing, not, as Meyer pointed out, not due to excessive bank lending. That is what we saw in the time period in 2003 to 2007. A lot of that excess growth that we experienced during that time had to do with credit creation. This time around, it's not credit related. It's income. It's income related. We didn't have 6-7% annual rise in incomes between 2003 and 2007. Today we do. That's very important. It's not credit related growth. It's income related growth today. So the combination of incomes that are increasing, and I think it's pretty useful to look at income tax withholding that's released by the Treasury. Income tax withholding still is growing 4% year over year, which is not indicative of pending recession. But even more importantly, the 6% government deficit as a percentage of GDP, that's something we haven't seen since the 1970s or in the early 1980s. So I don't think with as Meyer pointed out, the significant liquidity in the system, I don't think recession is on the horizon. If we didn't have a slowdown a year ago during kind of the regional banking crisis, I don't think we're going to get it today.
Fire, there you go. Even though the Fed is restrictive and you're seeing bank credit declining because of maybe fiscal stimulus, Mike is saying that we don't have a recession right now, and maybe we won't get a recession in your time period. What do you say to that?
Yeah, no, that's a fair point. I think that's definitely a great point, that the deficit is so high right now that government fiscal stimulus is really the reason why we have what we have today. No arguments there. But I just wonder how long that can continue, because in order to produce more and more growth, you need more and more deficit spending. So I don't know, are we going to have the political will to do that? Not sure. But hey, guys, I actually have to run. I'm with my toddler now, so I won't be able to respond again.
All right. Thank you, Meyer. Thanks for stopping by.
All right.
All right. This has been going on for about 2 hours. Any other questions, comments? Please request to speak. We have Omar on the board. You can ask about 12.3. We have Mike. You can ask about macroeconomics. We now have Machine. Don't ask him anything. Go ahead.
Machine, if you want to go for a ride, we can go do 12.3.
Well, first of all, I unfortunately he left. I wanted to compliment. It was nice having Meyer and also Mike, like real macro analysts. And I really think they should replace this weird account macro analyst that's a listener that for some reason sometimes gets to be a host even though it only has 200 followers. I really think it's kind of embarrassing and they should replace him. As for Omar,
yeah, you can see. It's so weird. You can't see macro analyst as a co-host on YouTube Live, but here it's a listener.
Right.
But the sound quality is like it's a co-host. So I think it's an X space issue.
Regardless, no one cares about macro analysts. And as for Omar, I don't know. I have a nanny watching the kids for the next 2 hours. Unless you're already on the Mid Peninsula, there's probably not enough time to be done by 4 p.m. So, fortunately, both kids got sick. So really bad timing here. So I don't know.
Do you have a question?
I answered. He had a question for me. You jerk.
Justin.
I had a question about 12.3.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was wondering if anyone has tried, taking it into like multi-level parking garages or anything of that nature to see if it's able to like find its way around and like to the street.
Omar?
I haven't tried that, but maybe I'll give it a shot.
Yeah. And let us know how it goes. Machine, why can't you get a ride from Omar? You've been asking for like a year now.
His kids conveniently got
I-
sick as soon as the good
Dude,
version shipped.
why do you think you heard him in the car? Okay, and I had to exit space 5 minutes ago because the 5-year-old was
Just bring your kids to the
screaming.
FSD ride. They would love
screaming
an
out
FSD
the
ride.
stall. Yeah, can't wait till my wife throw these kids without child seats in the back of Omar's car to let the car drive. Which, by the way, the kids absolutely love it. Like they would freak out. Love even Waymos. This idea of self-driving cars, like it's getting into the minds of children. And if they were in a Tesla that drove itself, they would flip out. I actually think this is a proper marketing strategy to get adults to buy FSD, just like the Falcon Wing doors were a real hit with children, and the parents want to be cool, and so they bought the vehicles. I actually think that is a proper strategy with FSD. If you get all the kids thinking it's cool and then asking their parents, "Can you get this?" I think they might.
Well, Doug DeMuro's Cars and Bids Cybertruck Foundation Series auction is going on right now, and the high bid just jumped from 117,000 to 130,000 with 7 days to go. Machine, are you going to buy this one, you think? Are you bidding?
If Tesla goes down to like $120, I just go all in with calls, and then I'd probably buy it ahead of time, knowing that I would make a lot of money. But right now, no.
What do you make of Mike's comment that he doesn't see a recession in the horizon because of all the fiscal stimulus?
Look, again, I'm certainly not an expert in this space, but it is confounding to me. There's these contraindicators where it seems like there's a lot of money floating around. There are earnings increases. Yes, as Meyer said, it's not all the companies, but housing prices are high. There's a lot of indicators that say things are healthy, and I'm not an expert in Keynesian, however you say it, economics, but usually you need to throw in a stimulus when people stop spending. And right now, we see some signs of potentially slowing spending. Not yet, because like people are maxing out their credit cards. Like, so they're still spending, but they're getting the point in theory that they may start to slow down. So the question is, will people actually start slowing down their spending significantly? And I don't know if the metrics say that yet. And if they do, then what has to be done? Would the liquidity in the system be able to stop that from happening? I just honestly don't know.
Yeah. Well, as you talk, we're losing more listeners. So I'm glad you stopped talking. I don't know if you realize, but when you joined, we had 320 listeners, and now we have 270.
That's because they came for Meyer, and now he's gone, and they say macro analytics is like, second tier junk. I would bring up another totally separate topic, which is FSD. Just a minor issue, if you don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead.
So they noted that Tesla's back where Chuck's intersection collecting data, and I made a comment that what I don't like is when they focus on one location to try to make it seem better. I get it from a business and marketing standpoint. You want to show that you can do this cool function crossing 50-mile-an-hour traffic with a left turn, but method of like focusing solely on that intersection as opposed to just a global or national robust approach doesn't like sit well as a data scientist. And I made a comment that it's like, it's curve fitting if you're using that for training data, that you're trying to literally add a bunch of cases of Chuck's left turn to your training set just so that it looks better, that's not necessarily the best use of your time. And of course, Meta and possibly West are like, no, 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 no. Oh, that's just for evaluation. And I'm like, I don't know. Like, yeah, it's true. We're speculating. And then today, Musk literally quote tweets Chuck and says, "Yeah, we need to get more training cases of this." And I'm like, "See?" And then Meta's like, "Oh, do you really trust his words?" And I'm like, "This is getting ridiculous with Meta now." Now he's basically saying you can't trust Musk doesn't know the difference between training and evaluation or training and test. Just get out of here.
Wes.
All I can say is whatever they're doing, it's working. So it's not like it just does unprotected lefts there. It can do them anywhere. So I don't think they're overdoing it. I think they just said, hey, this is just a really good example of a highly adversarial unprotected left. And it's not the only unprotected left they're looking at. It's one of many, many places they're testing. But we just know about it because Chuck happens to live there.
Wes.
Hey, Omar, with 12.3, are you seeing anything that stands out to you as performance improved versus your last build? Or anything that stands out to you that's different?
Yeah, it's just a lot more confident. 12.2 was so hesitant and slow that it was basically unusable to me. I was driving around the Cybertruck. With 12.3, it's significantly improved in that regard.
Cool. Do you see anything that has materially gotten worse or is not as good?
Compared to 12.2, no. There are maybe some regressions from 11. For example, it doesn't handle flashing red lights well, where I've seen 11 handle that well. But generally, I haven't seen any steps back from 12.2.
That's interesting. I've never had the scenario of flashing red, so I don't have any experience with that.
Yeah, it's not that common, but you're supposed to treat it like a four-way stop if the traffic light's broken or something.
Awesome. So you haven't seen it with that, the situation where you're at four-way stop sign, or you're at a stop sign and there's a traffic light ahead and it's waits for the traffic
Oh
light to
yeah,
turn. You
they
haven't seen
fixed
that?
that. They
Oh,
fixed
sweet.
that.
Awesome.
But they fixed that in 12.2.
Okay, great. Sorry, that wasn't obvious to me.
12.2 fixed most of the issues 12.1 had, including that issue. And the only thing was it became a lot more slow and a lot more hesitant, which kind of made sense because 12.1 was sometimes way too aggressive. It would try and like slip into a opening that it was clearly too small for and things like that, requiring a takeover. So you'd have more safety critical takeovers. So that was like a little bit odd. So I think that's why 12.2 was so much more cautious as they rolled it out more widely. But now it seems to be more sure of itself when to go and when not to go. I saw a scenario where it like went to go, like another car went around a car that was turning left, and then it went to do the same thing, but it saw there wasn't enough room, so it waited. So I think that's why they made it more cautious, but now it's sort of more confident in itself. It knows when it can go and when it can't go. And I think they've sort of made it feel more natural again. So 12.3 is the best build of 12 yet. It, I don't think I've ever had a day in more than 3 years of testing FSD beta where every single drive I didn't touch anything, zero intervention. And my little trick about the nag works again. That was also my favorite thing. So in 12.2, they disabled using the scroll wheel to disable the nag. So you had to actually physically touch the wheel. Now you're allowed to use the scroll wheel again. So I can just sit there and it's just doing everything. I don't have to touch anything. And you're like, wow, this thing, so it was the first time I did all my driving for the entire day. and it drove me parking lot to parking lot, including from Palo Alto to San Francisco during rush hour, and I didn't have any interventions all day. Like, I kind of remember thinking about this in the past, like, there'll be zero intervention drives, and then one day you'll have like a zero intervention day where you just go the whole day and there's interventions. And I've never experienced that before, but I experienced it yesterday. And some of the drives are just perfect. You just don't have to do anything, you know? It's like such a foreign concept because even when at quote unquote work, you'd still have to, push the accelerator pedal or adjust the speed up or down or do something. Well, now you never adjust the speed up or down because it just drives the right speed with auto speed. So the only category is accelerator presses, and this basically eliminated most of those too. So you can have drives, not every drive, obviously, but some drives that are literally perfect where you're like, I cannot think of one thing it did wrong, except maybe if you want to be like overly pedantic or something like that. But it is literally capable of performing drives perfectly and just pulling over at the end. Boom. Like, I think people are really going to be blown away by this. You really have to just see it to believe it. You have to try it yourself in your own neighborhood. And, I've been talking to people in Minnesota and New Jersey and Colorado, all over the country who are using it. Some people say, oh, it's only in California or only works in California. That's not true. Okay. It works everywhere. I haven't personally tried it outside California, so maybe it's a little worse. I don't know. But I'm talking to people outside California, DMing with them regularly, and they're like, it's fucking awesome here, far away from California.
All right, we have a number of people on the board. If you have any questions, comments about FSD 12.3 or Cybertruck or anything on your mind, request to speak. We're going to go to VK first and then Jasbinder.
Hey, thank you. My question is specific to 12.3. If you consider that 100% 100% is robotaxi, what score would you give to V11 and what score would you give to V12.3 right now? Thank you.
I don't know. I don't even know how you'd begin to score something like that. But, you know,
you know what's really funny, Omar, is that we've been in these spaces now for 18 months, 2 years almost, every single day for so many hours. I know what you're going to say when you're going to say it. I'm like, as he was asking the question, I'm like, there's no way Omar's going to answer that question. There's zero chance. Because it's not that simple. It's just not that simple. And if you were in part of these conversations over the last year and a half, you would also know that too. But go ahead, finish your thought, and then Jasmine and then Machine.
Look, I mean, robo-taxis are real. I take driverless cars now all the time here in San Francisco. It just works for everything. So everybody needs to internalize this reality that this is really happening. We've been talking about it for years and years. Most people do not have access yet. I'm one of the select few in San Francisco who has an invite. I'm using it. It can just drive me everywhere without a driver. You can blast music. You can sing "Fuck the Police." You can do whatever, and it works great. It's a little expensive. The wait times are a little long, but it works. We've demonstrated that this is technically possible. All the people who said you need AGI to do this, they were wrong. And certain techniques have emerged when you see how they've actually implemented it that you realize this is actually much simpler than kind of we made it out to be. You have a remote command center, they monitor the vehicle, they're able to issue commands. You have this concept of remote interventions that can happen, that can sort of paper over a lot of stuff, and you're able to choose the route the vehicle travels. So if you have interventions in certain routes, you can just sort of not take those routes. So it turns out there are actually some shortcuts that make this a little bit easier. And you look at what FSD beta is doing in, perfect day, like just entire drive. I could have gotten into the back seat yesterday. Legally, I shouldn't. It would have been reckless driving. But from a technical perspective, if I had been in the back seat, and no one should do this, you have to be in the seat and monitor. But from a technical perspective, if I were there, the outcome wouldn't have changed. It would have still gotten from Palo Alto to San Francisco on itself. So they're demonstrating that they actually do have the capability to do this with computer vision. And it seems near certain to me now, like 99% plus confident, having ridden in driverless cars regularly. I've spent over 11 hours in driverless cars here, having used FSD beta, 25,000 miles a year. I think it's absolutely going to be possible to have a generalized solution with computer vision that's safer than human. So this is really happening. I still don't know if it's going to be, it could be a year from now we start having cars operating driverlessly that are Teslas. It could be 2 years, maybe it's 3, maybe it's longer. I don't really know still. I mean, so many people have tried to guess this and been wrong. But I mean, I think when people try V12, they're going to realize that things are actually a lot further along than they
Yep.
realized. They've been working on this for a year and a quarter.
Yep. All right. Let's go to Machine first. Machine, and then Wes, and then Jesse. Sorry, Jesse.
I don't know. Omar just pontificated again on FSD in general. I don't know what that was addressing, but I was just going to bring up a more pertinent point, which is you've had these spaces for a year and a half. The share price is about like 50% less than when it started. Don't you regret not having your spaces be more diverse and maybe tackling a few other stocks so everyone in the spaces would be less poor? Have you sat up at night staring at the mirror while pretending to talk like me and think about what could have been if you had focused on Nvidia or Meta at least a little bit?
I mean, I'm pretty sure there are people in this space who invest in other stocks. So you don't have to only invest in Tesla, but the other stocks I invest in are boring. Who gives a fuck about what Google's doing or what Apple's doing? Oh my God, the iPhone 17. Oh, it's exactly like the iPhone 16, but they made it out of tinfoil this time. Oh, great. I mean,
Yeah, and
Tesla.
we do talk about other stocks too. We do talk about other stocks. We talk about technology, long-term trends that apply to other stocks as well. But it's a Tesla-focused space, and if people don't want to listen or talk about Tesla, then they can go to the Apple space. If there's one. Wes, and then Jesse.
Say with 12.3, now that you've got some time underneath it, and you've already kind of said that you've kind of had a day without disengagements or interventions. Can you give me an idea of what you think, like your average critical disengagements, like how many miles per critical disengagement you might get, and what you think like the overall fleet average might get? I know that Elias kind of calculates that, but I'm interested to see what you think that might be, just kind of ballpark.
Yeah, I don't know. I've only done a couple days of driving, so I haven't tried to calculate that at all, but I did 54 miles without any disengagements yesterday. So it's more than, well, you don't know that necessarily, but it seems to be pretty good. I don't have any hard data.
Jesse.
Hey, Yaman. So I got FSD 12.3 last night. I wasn't on version 12 earlier. I was on 11.x, whatever it was. And so I took a few test drives early this morning. And just to give you a context, so I live in East Bay in California, and for 2 or 3 reasons, I had stopped using FSD beta. One was highway merge, right? So it would never give an indicator, and getting on the highway was always a problem. Once you're on the highway, it was fine, right? Then managing speed, and it always trying to get in the faster lane and all that stuff. I know you can change the settings to basically it not change lanes uselessly, but that eventually gets old. So today when I drove the car, for most part, right, it was really good, right? Not as good as Omar's drives and other drives. And this I've seen in the past as well, because I think could be because of my Model X. I've always had FSD not perform as well as everybody else has stated, right? But I did around 23 miles with one intervention. And that intervention was when I was trying to get out of the community out here. Like I think Omar has shared a video in his dad's community where the gates open either inwards or outwards. I forget which way. In my area, they open up, right? So it doesn't recognize that even now. So try to go through it. Okay. So that was one. Other than that, managing the speed in the lanes is really good. Managing through construction, very, very good. There was a ramp to Highway 680 North out here that was closed. And just looking at it, even I would have been deceived that it was closed, right? But it recognized that it was closed, it didn't freak out, it continued down, rerouted, and got me back onto 680, right? So that was really good. Managing speed on the highway was very good. Making the exits of the highway to regular streets was really, really good. And then parking in front of the final destination, smooth, seamless. It wasn't as nervous as it used to get earlier. You would have the steering go shake a lot. So none of that stuff. Of course, it did not park into the driveway, which I think a lot of people have talked about. But I think that's okay. I think it'll get there later. But overall, also coming back on the highway, again, no unnecessary lane changes. I think that was one of the key things for me, because earlier it used to do that. And it used to drive me nuts. And I had stopped using it, right? Today, it was fantastic, right? So all in all, directionally correct. It still has issues. I'll give you an example of an issue. One was on a UI. I think it shows, at least on the X, it shows a U-turn when they're actually trying to make a left. Okay, so that was one, but I think that's a UI thing that they can fix relatively quickly. Then it pulled into an area where it decided to do, kind of a parking lot area, decided to do a U-turn, could not differentiate between the curb and the tarmac, right? So kind of got onto the curb. Fortunately, no rim rash. So I think that was the only thing that kind of pissed me off a bit. Other than that, it missed one particular lane. It got into a right turn lane, figured out that was the wrong lane, corrected itself, got to where it needed to get to without creating panic. So yeah, all in all, directionally correct. I need to drive more. I still need to check out these community gates, the entrances and exits. But yeah, seems to be a lot better. So I just want to provide my feedback, because I've gone from 11 to 12.3.
Thank you, Jesse. Any questions? So we have had a number of people with 12.3 come into the space and share their views, and I really appreciate that. It seems pretty consistent. Omar, I saw that you replied to somebody who said, "This thing is amazing. I believe Omar," or something along those lines.
Hey, Yaman, can I give you a little context on my question here? In medicine, we ask the patient about a pain scale. It's a 0 to 10 scale, and there's no correct answer. It's the same perception. Like one's 10 could be someone else's 6. So my question, basically, because Omar is so experienced with this, I just want his score of that. And from my perspective, V11, I would rate it at 60 or 65%, and that's me, and it doesn't have to be correct. But I just wanted to see what he would say on that. And thank you for the opportunity.
I mean, in terms of a pain scale, V12 is just much more comfortable. So V12 is like being gently made love to, whereas V11 is like being fucked in the ass. So that kind
Speaking
of
of being fucked in the ass, I'm not going to finish that sentence. But Machine, go ahead.
You know, if Omar was your patient and you had him to rate a scale of 1 to 10 on FSD, every version he would come in and give you a 10. And it would just get to the point where you wouldn't trust him anymore and you would actually blacklist him and make sure he was not allowed any medications or anything else from your clinic. And you would have to go to a shitty clinic. And I think that's what's happening now. Omar thinks everything's amazing. It's the best every time. But if you read into the details, which I, as a human from the Midwest, I have a lot of common sense. You read through the details, what's really happening is the software it's more feature complete. It's better controlled, but the actual levels of critical disengagements so far has not changed. Therefore, this is great for FSD as an L2 assist, but in terms of projection of robotaxis and whatnot, nothing has changed yet. But it's obviously something we can now keep an eye on. But we're gonna have to rely on other people. That's why I prefer quantitative scores from a diverse set of people. Because you have these patients who come in who are just going to give you 10, 10, 10 all the time because they really are addicted to, Oxycontin.
well, again, Machine is running hardware 2.5. He literally has no clue what he's talking about. Like I always say, it's like a guy who hasn't had sex trying to figure out what it feels like with a spreadsheet. Just get the upgrade. It costs $1,000. I'm sure we could even do a GoFundMe again and make it succeed this time. And just get
Please
you the
don't.
upgrade so you can try V12. And then you would probably be excited too when you're like, oh my God, this thing literally drove me to my appointment or wherever the hell I had to go. And yeah, I mean, every version is objectively amazing. The first version that I ever turned on, I turned it on and immediately it just dove right at a row of parked cars and my passenger started screaming and I hit the brake and then I turned it on. It made a right turn. I'd never seen my car make a right turn on its own the first time. And it was amazing. And it was relatively shitty compared to today. It couldn't even drive straight that well. But it was still amazing to see my car make turns for the first time. And honestly, version 11 got pretty damn good too. A lot of people with version 11 still very happy with it. And it could do a lot of drives without any intervention. Version 12 is even better than that. There's going to be a version 13 and a version 14 and eventually a driverless version that are going to be even more amazing than that. But it doesn't mean that each of these versions is bad. They're both amazing for their time and they keep outdoing them. So
Machine.
if
Go
someone
ahead.
says that it's getting worse, I don't think you can really trust them. Everyone I think pretty much agrees that it's gotten better over time.
Based on current trends, the Tesla Model 3 used market will be down to $0 by April 2025. And at that time, I will buy one with FSD included.
You know, I
Yeah,
think
for
version 12.
the audience, yesterday we had Jimmy come up and say he bought a used Model 3 with FSD capability included for $18,000, and FSD itself is selling for $12,000. So go out to dealerships, legacy dealerships. They have no idea what they have on their lots. They don't know what FSD stands for. Go grab it from them before they wake up. Wes?
Just, oh, there it is. Sorry. Just to be clear, there's no definitive data on 12.3 yet, so I'm not sure why Machine is saying that. That sounds like misinformation. So I feel like it's really important for people to understand that.
Before we continue with Wes, can we give the data scientist a word on why he fucked up analyzing data? Why are you imagining data that you don't have, Machine?
Yeah, we don't have the data yet, right? So we can't. And so we're trying to intuit from conversations of people who have it, including Omar and Eduardo. And
okay, we got the gist of it. Wes?
Yeah, I think it's important to note that what we're seeing right now with the data demonstrates that it's definitely different. That's the kind of thing that I'm seeing. I'm seeing that from the videos I'm watching. Particularly, can you hear me?
Much better.
Okay, yeah, my Bluetooth set is crap. We saw that is deterministic from Bradford's drives. So I think it's really important to understand that this is why they're rolling it out, because it's better. And I feel like, people can be joking around, but this is like people's lives we're talking about. So I feel like joking about this is just not cool.
Okay, Machine.
I'm not joking.
You are joking.
No. I think disengagements in general are down based on their comments, but the critical disengagements is not clear that it's better yet. I'm not saying it won't be, or in large regard when we have data. But their comments, even Omar said he's not even sure. He said earlier today he wasn't sure that critical disengagements are better than V11 yet. But overall disengagements are down.
All right, Omar, and then we have to go to Justin Francis, who hasn't had a chance to speak yet. Omar?
Yeah, so I'm certain that disengagements, critical disengagements, disengagement-free drives will increase with version 12. Like I said, I had a day with all zero intervention drives, no input at all. This new system has incredible capabilities. It can do things that the other versions struggled with, and that's going to eliminate a lot of disengagements. It is because it's newer and less widely rolled out, less polished, right? It's newer. Version 11 has had a lot of time to really be polished, and it's a very tough comp because I almost never had safety critical interventions in V11. It was almost zero, right? So that's a very tough comp. When V11 was new, it did have more safety critical interventions than V10. So I believe, and this may or may not pan out, but I believe as V12 gets more polished, just based on what I'm seeing in these first 3 builds, it is going to have far fewer safety critical disengagements. It's just so much more natural. The less robotic driving creates so many less sort of awkward scenarios. It's data's great, and I'm sure data will come in. People will start to try and track it, measure it. But it's like a 500-pound morbidly obese man walks into your doctor's office. And sure, let's collect the data, let's weigh him. But as soon as he walks in, that guy's fat as fuck. And that's what we have here with version 12. This is absolutely a version that I think is architecturally just leaps and bounds ahead of 11. That's going to have immediately far less disengagements for situations it doesn't know how to handle. And that may have some rough edges now, but I think as it's polished, is going to far exceed V11. I think it's going to be very, very rare to have any type of safety critical takeover.
Yeah. This is the Friday casual edition of the Spaces. It's been going on for more than 3 hours now. Thanks to the support of all the patrons and the members of the YouTube channel, as well as those of you who tip. Without you, this space would not happen. That thousands of people enjoy every single day. Justin Francis.
So I was just wondering if maybe y'all have seen it, how it deals with like railroad tracks and speed bumps, because I haven't really had any like positive engagements with railroad tracks or speed bumps. It doesn't really see them, or like how it deals with airports and going in and out of airports and things like that. And HOV lanes are also a problem for me.
Omar?
So railroad tracks are, you now see a railroad crossing symbol rendered in the visualization. I'm not sure if there was there before or not, but I haven't experienced any railroad crossing situations where a train was actually coming. Only situations where the gate was open and it just continued through. Then you mentioned HOV lanes. It handles HOV lanes perfectly. You've got a checkbox in the navigation settings. You can toggle HOV on or off, and it enters them and uses them and gets out just like a human would. And then the third thing you mentioned was what?
Speed bumps or no, yes,
Oh yeah,
bumps
speed
and
bumps are amazing.
potholes, dude.
Potholes doesn't seem to be avoiding them.
Yeah, because I've lost some rims.
Yeah, seriously.
Brandon.
Yeah, I just have a comment if that's okay. And then I guess Omar could respond or whoever if you want. So I was at a Lucid store earlier, and I was speaking to one of the employees, and she worked at Tesla for 4 years before getting laid off during COVID. And she was talking about how she was going to sell her stock that she made during her years of working at Tesla. And I convinced her not to by showing her all the fundamentals and the different technologies. So, assuming the premise that we're all right, that Tesla is going to like 10x, um, even people that work in the electric car industry, they have no idea what's going on. So I imagine Wall Street is just completely brain dead, which everyone knows already, but this is just reinforcing. So I thought that was quite interesting. Also, that she felt that Tesla was better than Lucid and she works at Lucid. She said that without saying it.
Machine. No hands mode.
Tesla will only 10x on the back of.
All right. Energy of the universe. Energy of the.
Just listening for now. Thanks.
Well, you got listen mode. All right, machine. On the back of what? Robotaxis or what? Optimus?
Optimus.
Yeah, I think so. Optimus. Well, he says it's going to be 2025, so. Right?
He said what? Initial production?
Did you say production or deliveries of Optimus 2025?
I don't think so. I mean, you can tell how real a date is from Elon based on how specific he gets. So if he says next year, that probably means we haven't really started the process of getting ready to ship it for next year. If he says like a specific date, like March 3rd or third quarter or something like that, then they've actually started thinking about it more. But that's kind of like his goal is always going to be next year, even for a multi-year project, because otherwise people just take too long. So, I mean, hopefully they can get it out in some form. Maybe they could sell it to some factory customers or something like that. Maybe use it in their own factory. But I mean, it's also an incredibly ambitious target to be saying, within the next 18 to 24 months, we're going to be shipping some type of humanoid robot product.
Interesting.
Omar's just jealous that if Optimus is truly the big success, that he's not going to be able to give YouTube reviews every day. Like, no one's going to watch him just like play with a
Hey,
robot. This is
I
not
wanna ask you, machine. You weren't. We delved into Optimus the other day, but you were picking up your daughter, right? Optimus versus
Yeah.
Figure AI. Do you have any thoughts on what Figure AI showed?
No, I mean, they integrated ChatGPT. I mean, they have great demos. I don't think fundamentally they're going to somehow escape Tesla from a software machine learning standpoint over time. I don't see that happening. That they're like going to be so much better at this stuff than Tesla. So I'm not really concerned. It's good for demos. It's good for interest. I don't think it's a negative for Tesla. It's not like it's valued based on the robotics. Anyways, I don't think it's going to hurt recruiting. So what is there to worry about?
Yeah, I mean, it really kind of is much more industrial than typical software development. And in many ways, you can kind of break down the equation and just say, look, how much compute do you have? If you've got more compute, you can train the model faster. You can potentially train many different models. You can hire engineers. How much can you invest in data, collecting data, potentially labeling data, whatever you need to do? All of these things, can you do it better than Tesla essentially? And there's certainly more compute constrained now, unless something changes. The infusion of $675 in whatever $675 million in whatever form maybe helps with that. But it is a little bit of a David and Goliath situation when it comes to actually training the models that are going to power the robot, which is really, I think, what this market is going to be fought on, is the software that lives in the robot's brain, so to speak.
Brandon.
I think the true test is going to be when Tesla no longer has factory workers, when they're just gone, when every factory worker is Optimus and all they have is engineers left and salespeople.
Yeah, I think that's actually one of the design goals of the next gen platform. And that's part of why they have these separate sub-assemblies. You can have more robots sort of gather around them. And I think they don't really talk about this too much because of the whole sort of alien dreadnought thing, but their factories are extremely automated. If you take a tour, there are few humans. There are just cars moving around on their own, having KUKA robots perform different things on them. And with a few changes, for example, a more sort of rigid wiring harness and these sort of local sub-assemblies and things like that, it could theoretically be possible. I mean, it's almost an inevitability that there would be a car factory that could just churn out cars without any human labor required. Maybe you'd have humans sort of supervising or helping in various ways. But if you could, in theory, run a factory just 24/7 and there's no humans involved, that would be a pretty incredible achievement.
Any other questions, comments? Please request to speak.
Yeah, I'll just I have a question for Omar.
He's asking what I think about Lucid.
What? I lost him. Hold on, I'll be right back. You keep going.
Yeah, not software, not fundamentals in terms of economics. Everyone knows about that. But what do you think about like their drivetrain, their cars, their batteries, like all that?
Well, they have a good battery and drivetrain in many ways. It is very small, it's very energy efficient, but they haven't really done a great job mass producing it. Um, I guess there's a lot more to being successful in the marketplace than just having a great battery and drivetrain technology. You look at Rivian, and they started out just mostly just buying parts off the shelf from automotive suppliers. They had, I believe, Bosch motors and just from the normal tier one suppliers. And very little of that technology did they actually build in house. They focused on other things. And just because they picked the right segments, they were able to have a lot of success without doing any custom battery and drivetrain technology. And then later on, after they found sort of market success, they then moved to insource, for example, their continue to fund them. It's not clear. They also have another Saudi Arabian EV company they've started. It's called like S and cars from legacy automakers and the Cybertruck and all these other new vehicles out there. So I don't see them ever being profitable, at least not
Yeah,
with the current strategy.
I think you're totally right. I spoke to this person at the Lucid store for a good hour and change, actually. I hadn't been inside of a Lucid before, but I was curious. I have a family friend family friend of like my parents, kind of whatever, but they bought a Lucid. They didn't like the Tesla they drove. They said it was too complicated for them. There's like 60 something years old. And also they hate Elon Musk. They're very, you know. So they got the Lucid. I was passing the Lucid store. I was like, let me go see what's going on here. So I went in. I got in, open minded. I kind of like the outside of it. I think it looks decent. I got in. I was like, this feels weird. Like the shitty build quality, really. I had an open mind. It's shitty build quality, panel gaps. Software is atrocious. It was terrible. The screens don't make any sense inside of the car. They're obstructed by the steering wheel. It's pretty awful. Like shitty air vents, everything. It doesn't look nice. So outside nice, inside not so much. And then software is horrible. So I spoke to the employee for quite a while, and she was saying, "Oh, yeah, Tesla software is so much better. Oh, I love the Cybertruck." She was really going to sell her Tesla stock today. She said she's like, "God sent you here to keep me from selling it." And I was like, "Yeah." I was like, "Tesla stock's going to go away." But I was like, "Look at the fundamentals of this." And she was, bullish on Lucid too. And I'm like, in quarter 4 2023, Lucid sold 19 cars a day. Tesla sold 5,500 cars a day. Lucid lost $350,000 per car they sold. Tesla made money. Lucid's losing $7 million a day. They have $3.3 billion of cash on hand. They're losing $2.5 billion a year. They got about, I don't know, 1 year, 4 months left, unless they. And she was saying, "Oh, we have infinite money." I was like, Saudi Arabia daddy might not be here forever. It's only so far they'll go, I think. So don't sell your Tesla stock. Tesla's a great company. And then I showed her Optimus and the new Model 3 she hadn't seen yet. So that's my story.
Well, you better hope it doesn't tank or she's going to be mad at you.
I said it might, I don't know her, so, but I was like, I said it might go down in the short term, but in the long run, between full self driving, I said version 12.3 is very good. I've seen, your videos, other videos. She hadn't been with Tesla since 2022, so she wasn't aware. But I find it interesting how very little a lot of these employees know. For instance, I was in the Tesla store and they didn't realize there was new safety features in the new Model 3. They had no idea. And I find it very odd. I wonder.
I think there's a big wide range of capabilities and knowledge in the Tesla store. I think it's because there might be high turnover, but the people who are there for years, they know their stuff very well. It's really
The guy
just a
I'm
new.
specifically talking
Go
about, he
ahead.
was there for 10 years.
Yeah. That's been my experience. Like I've seen both ends of the range at Tesla stores. Some people are just like on top of their game, but I agree with you. I would say majority, especially the ones that are new hires. I know
The
more than
sales and service people are literally just random people.
Right.
Basically, anyone can do it. So they're not always the most knowledgeable. The other day, I went in there and this girl came in. She was helping us, and she was nice. She really cared about doing her job, but she's like, "Oh yeah, the new Roadster. It's gonna have 640 miles of range." And I'm like, well, I don't, I don't know if that's really what you should be telling people about, or if that's going to ship anytime soon. But they really kind of relying on themselves
Right.
to sort of self-educate in many ways.
We have Ryan in the audience. If he wants to come up and talk about his V12.3 experience with Omar, he's welcome to do so. We have Meta. If he wants to come up and chat, he's welcome. Or if he just wants to stick around as a listener, that's fine too. Steven Cybertruck couldn't ask his question earlier. If he wants to come up, he had a bad connection, but if it's better now, you're welcome to come up. And anybody else? Questions, comments? Please request to speak. Machine.
Well, I was just gonna say this girl sounds like a great date option for you and Omar.
Omar is a girlfriend.
Yeah, allegedly.
Why are you trying to get him in trouble?
I'm not trying to get him in trouble. You know it's fake. Okay.
That's not true. Did you see
Optimus
the
doesn't
gift
count.
that she got for him? Did you see the gift that she got for him? When was the last time you did something so thoughtful for your wife?
What did she get him?
He got him a lights a lit Cybertruck. Here, I'll pin it at the top, and so you can see and maybe take notes. Learn from this girl who seems like a keeper.
Listen, if I bought my wife anything about a Cybertruck, she'd probably divorce me because she'd be like, well, "Who cares? You're so obsessed with Tesla." I get my wife.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like those are the kind of
Flowers.
stories that we hear in the space that somebody's wife kind of asking them not to join the space or talk about Tesla so much, etc. And then on the other hand, you have this girl. Listen, look at this at the top. And Omar says, my GF got me this, and changes colors. It's great. It's so thoughtful. Here, I asked you, Machine. I asked you last time we were talking about this topic that you should probably take your wife who wants a new Model 3 to a test drive. Did you do that yet?
No, I think it is a good idea. Though.
Yeah, you didn't do that.
I think we
You
should
see
do
what
it.
I mean? You see what I mean? Here, check this out at the top. Ryan,
How's it going?
going well. How are you? How was V12.3 for you?
Yeah, briefly I'll share. I showed the other day on a different space that yeah, I was very impressed. I've kind of not been using FSD beta pretty much in any of my cars, even though it is available on half of my cars. Yeah, I basically
To stay on US.
apologize. I basically felt that FSD 11 was kind of more just like a science experiment. It's really cool to try out the cutting edge thing, but when I'm trying to get somewhere, which is most of the time when I'm driving, I'm not going to use it. So I don't use it that often. And then actually using V12, I think specifically, it was shocking on the highway just how smooth the lane changes were. I told Omar then, and basically, yeah, I didn't realize I was bad at like lane changes on the highway until I felt a FSD beta 12 lane change. I was like, oh, I need to get better. Every other way, no matter no matter who's driving, you're almost always going to say, oh, I'm a better driver. And I think we may even still feel that way when it's a robotaxi. But the way that it was handling those lane changes was exceptional. And so while we had like 3 nearly perfect drives, I say nearly. I like separating them out. We had 2 perfect drives. The third was nearly perfect. Just at the very end, it almost went onto a ramped like island in Union Square. And then after that, we did a couple more drives that were, I'll call it more erratic. They weren't like, safety related interventions, but we had some like lanterns that it thought was stop lights. We had some flashing red lights that it would inch forward a quarter of an inch and then stop, and then inch forward a quarter of an inch and then stop. Even when it was doing that, though, it was less jerky. The behavior, what I liked to say as well, is it seems to understand kind of the time space of what what it's operating in a bit better than any other prior version. It seemed to know like, hey, let me think ahead here, instead of just responding to the moment. So it felt less jerky. It felt more smooth. It felt much more human. There was still some like, again, if you never told uh, someone how to operate around a flashing red light, they might actually think that you're supposed to stop when the light is red, even though it's flashing. So there's definitely some like things they're gonna have to iron out. And Omar and I debated whether or not it would regress in other ways when they update that. Like what happens if they've made it so it always stops for red lights now? Well, if they adjust for flashing red lights, then what happens for normal red lights? Could there possibly be a regression? But again, overall, it felt like a meaningfully better experience to the point that I could see myself using it, especially on the highway. Versus again, for most of my short drives, like to the airport from the Mission District of San Francisco, it's just not worth even activating because I'm going to be able to do it more efficiently and more comfortably.
All right, thank you, Ryan. So positive reviews all around, but machine is not convinced.
The only guy who has something negative to say is the guy running hardware 2.
Look,
Everybody who has it likes it.
But he's a data scientist.
I'm not saying it's not better to use. I'm not commenting on its competency as an L2 assist. I truly believe it's better. And I truly believe it's going to get better because it's all end to end. It's going to be easier to train. I'm just specifically targeting points, data points for how it's improving with respect to eventually being a robotaxi competent software. And all I'm saying is right now, from the critical disengagement part, that is the thing that ultimately is going to matter the most. And I'm just saying off the bat, it's not necessarily obviously better, but that doesn't mean even in the next month, let alone 3-6 months, that it won't be. Like I truly believe it will. I'm betting that. So it's not like I'm pessimistic. I'm just trying to be realistic with the current state relative to robotaxis.
Very good. As a reminder, people should stay on mute and raise their hand, the first time speakers especially, and wait for them to call on them. All right, machine, we're just teasing, or I'm just teasing.
I can take it. Listen.
I'll just add on. I'm kind of with Machine on a lot of what he said. I don't think I disagree with a single word that I heard there. That like, at the end of the day, the holy grail is robotaxi. Driver assistance, even in the extreme, is still just driver assistance. It's going to be great. It will help sell cars, but robotaxi, you don't need to sell cars. And so for me, there's like a light switch kind of moment, and it's once you actually can start charging for rides with no one in the driver's seat, or
I lost Ryan. Oh, there we go. Go ahead, Ryan.
Yeah, once we can actually start charging for rides, that's when we can celebrate, in my opinion. And obviously, this is a step.
And when do you think
towards
that's going to happen, Ryan? When do you think is going to be the first commercial robotaxi ride?
So I've done that in a Waymo. I've done that in a Cruise.
In a Tesla.
I don't know. And I think the big thing for me, because someone asked me kind of a related question on that point, is like, I would need to see change over time, because I've not had any version 12. To compare it to version 11 is almost too difficult. Again, especially given my infrequent use of version 11. So I want to see how quickly things change over time, and are there regressions through that change, or is it just forward progress? Because with just forward progress, this could happen very quickly. But I'm under the impression the way that neural nets are trained is that sometimes it is 2 steps forward, 1 step back, or even 1 step forward, 2 steps back.
Okay, machine and then Tesla scope.
Yeah, it's definitely 2 steps forward, 1 step back. You're never going to have all cases improve from version to version. It's literally just kind of how it learns from stochastic gradient descent. That there's noise kind of in the errors, and you have such a diverse set of cases that you're going to have some improve for some people, and some sort of cases are going to improve overall, and some are going to get worse. I was going to make a joke, but Meta left, so it doesn't matter.
Just go ahead and make it. I'm curious now. You can't do that.
No, I was just say I don't really think it's going to improve until Tesla hires Meta to be a data collector, and he can go to Jacksonville and do all of Chuck's left turns. Otherwise, I don't think we're going to make it.
Yeah, I think he might be. I think he wants to have an AI paper based space. Maybe we'll do that Sunday night. Tesla scope. Go ahead.
So I was kind of in the same book as Ryan, where I used to use version 11 all the time, and actually just about a week or two back, I wanted to show it to a couple friends who had never experienced it before. We took a very short, like 2-mile drive from we were picking up pizza back home, and it went beautifully. But with that said, I got to experience a very early experience of 12.1 when I was driving passenger with an employee. I haven't tried 12.2.1 yet or 12.3. But based on a lot of the kind of the feedback I've seen, a lot of the videos I've seen, both with the good and bad, I think that honestly, from a lot of the things we've seen, the car in most cases can go from A to B now. There's even been some videos of actually just picking a parking lot or picking a parking spot. Notably, one picked a disabled spot because it was the first one available, but it did properly stop and park the car. And what I think that demonstrates is that we're a lot closer than I think is anticipated in a lot of regards. It's not perfect.
Okay,
I
but
think
we need some specifics. There's a scope, and Ryan, you guys are saying sooner and this and that. That's all relative terms. In this space, we appreciate coffee bets. Putting
would say
your mouth where your mouth is.
I'd say about 2 years. I think that's very optimistic.
2 years for a first
I'm seeing
robotaxi ride. It looks like Ryan agrees with you. Ryan, let me ask you this. One of the metrics I watch is whether anyone is asking you if any of your cars on Turo, and you have dozens of them, have FSD. Has that changed at all?
Yeah, I think you may have asked me that question either January, February, and since then, I expressed that back then that it wasn't happening often, and so I've been more mindful of are people asking, and I don't think a single person has asked.
Yeah.
There's one trip coming up, and then someone separately asked if the Cybertruck had it yet. So excuse me, 2 people have asked out of maybe I'll say 30 trips or so since we last talked, maybe 40. Which is that's not nothing. And again, my listings do specify already. So people
Right.
don't ask a lot of questions because I try to preempt a lot of those questions.
Yeah.
So
I
actually,
mean, you're going to be one of the first people that kind of sees that tick up. If Tesla, like, it might actually be similar to what Tesla sees internally, the data that people, how many people use it every day, how many miles they, ride on FSD on average. You're going to see it right around that time too. And another data point is going to be what's the value of FSD on the used car market, which I haven't seen an increase. Just that I know machines watching that as well.
Yeah,
but there's no doubt the software is getting better, right?
Yeah, on that note, I've got a really interesting decision to make. My oldest Model Y, my 2020 Model Y with 130,000 miles, I'm starting to think like, it might be time to sell that one. It's not for any reason other than also I want to get a Highland, and I can't really justify just buying another car right now, other than a Cybertruck. So I'm like, maybe I swap it out for a Highland just to get the FSD swap, especially because most buyers won't put more than like $500 down for that. But for me, I'd have to put $12,000 down for that to get it on a new car.
Yeah. All right. I've been stuck inside for 3 hours, so I'm going to go for a walk, and we're going to keep the space going. I'm going to be on my walk during that time. Friday night edition. So, and I love the speaker group that we have right now, and I want to get an update from Ryan and Telescope about their business as well. And anything else that Mike or Machine or Omar want to talk about. We're not ending it, Ryan.
Okay.
That's fine. You don't worry. It's going to keep going. I just have to set it up here.
That's what I
So
tell your mom all the time.
I just wanted to add to my prior statements that, like, again, the reason why I was mentioning the Model Y as well is because that car is worth like $27,000, and so that $12,000 is like half the vehicle. So that transfer value is really, I mean, even just as I'm saying it out loud, it feels almost silly not to get a Highland for that value, just to be able to transfer FSD from one car that I could sell to a newer, more valuable car.
You should definitely consider that.
FSD transfer is a great deal.
Yeah, and the new Highland is something that I really like. I struggle to justify another car in my fleet right now, but just as I'm thinking about it, I'm like, it was simply my uncle reached out interested in buying a Model Y. I was like, I could sell you mine, and once I looked at Kelly Blue Book prices, I was like, okay, I'm still actually above water on this 2020 Model Y, so that's good. I'd pocket about $5,000 on the sale above the loan. I was like, okay, this could actually be that $5,000 is $5,000 down on the new Highland. And again, that the 12K transfer value, this is it's making some sense.
Machine.
I mean, if you stood back and you heard this conversation between these Tesla fanboys, you would think that it's entirely normal
for people, the common man, to be going around saying, I don't know, should I buy my third Model 3 and 2 Cybertrucks? I don't know. Not sure.
Excuse me, sorry to interrupt. It would be my 13th Model 3.
And Omar, who like allegedly lives in San Francisco where there's like no parking, and he somehow has like a Model S and a Cybertruck and who knows what else. And you know, the common man, they're over here commenting on like what the FSD take rate's going to be, as if they have any idea what the common man in Middle America is willing to spend on a vehicle. They are so aloof. This is the elite, the Tesla elite, that the political, commentary should be attacking. And it's not. I need to get Republicans and conservatives to attack the Tesla elite. That's what's next. These people need to be knocked down a few rungs.
Look, the middle America buyer is not buying Teslas. The people who are buying Teslas are my neighbors in San Francisco and Los Angeles. I know the Tesla buyer better than anybody. So, they're weird. Maybe in time with these new prices, we do expand more into middle America. But, a lot of people around here use FSD. And I think it's actually underappreciated how much people are buying Teslas because of autopilot and FSD.
I think if you could get everyone in San Francisco to get FSD, then I think you could really tackle the homeless problem. If you think about it, maybe that wasn't a good joke. By it crashing into them.
I don't think you realize that I'm the only one laughing at your jokes most of the time. So when I'm busy, when you make a joke, no one laughs. But the joke quality didn't change. It's just that I'm busy.
That's good to know.
Brandon?
Yeah, I just wanted to say this. I'm actually extremely conservative, but I'm in my 20s. I'm 23, I'll just put there. And I think a lot of younger conservatives are much more open to electric cars. The older are more just like, I'll stick to my truck because it's a truck. And then they use words that don't make any sense to explain themselves. But I think younger people are much more open to that kind of stuff.
Tyler, did you have something to say?
I don't know, I was just kind of laughing at the joke earlier. When I got my Model 3 in 2017, I was the very first person in my entire. I've been living in a little kind of gated community townhouses. I was the first person to have any Tesla, and then as of today, both sides of me, both of my neighbors have Teslas. One has a Model 3A, and the other one has a Model Y. And there's about 9 other properties that have traded in their vehicles and have Teslas now. So, and I live in Southern California. I don't live near the San Fran area. The point was just that it's been nice to see it's continue to spread regardless. Everyone who lives around me is a very good mix of conservative and just liberal and so forth. Kind of blends all the way across.
Machine.
Well, I mean, look, I didn't mean to make this a political issue. I just kind of mentioned that regard.
There's someone in the YouTube live chat, Steam Torch, says, I'm old, conservative, and getting a cyber beast.
I don't know where everyone's ready to battle politics or something. I didn't comment anything about liberal and conservative. I certainly could.
I'm pretty sure you did. I'm pretty sure you did.
I just said
you totally did.
I said they both should attack the Tesla elite. That's all I said. I didn't make a comment from one side to the other. I would just say, listen, 6 years ago, I'm driving to Half Moon Bay, and there's literally a mobile home, aka trailer park, and people had Model S's there. So the Bay Area is nuts. Who has a Model S who lives in a trailer park? But it happens here. And you have, people like these speakers who have like 5 Teslas or something. It's not normal. But the fact is that outside of certain public utilities, like maybe in parts of San Francisco or Santa Clara, the city, everyone's got to pay PG&E electricity rates, which have gone up at extreme amount. And a lot of people here are, part of the reason they buy electric vehicles is, it's cheaper to refuel, recharge. And that has gone away totally. And I truly believe that is one big reason why in California, the demand is kind of softened a bit. And
can we talk about how and why that is? It's kind of, obviously PG&E, it's kind of mind blowing though how significantly it has gone up.
What's going on with your connection?
Who?
You.
Can you hear me?
Sorry, I think my Wi-Fi
I
got
wish
weird
I
there.
didn't.
Listen, you want to talk politics? That's all because of greasy Gavin Newsom. This guy, people mock
All
him
right,
for the. No, listen.
sir, no,
I'm
no, we're not going there.
Wait, French Laundry.
Harry,
Shut up.
Harry, go ahead. Harry.
Sorry. Yeah. I just came off the mute. This question goes to Tesla Scope. I've been asking about the front bumper camera, ambient lighting, any updates? Because of Tesla Scope tweet, we did not take the delivery on March 4th, and I've been waiting on that news to, order another one or pick something by end of this month so that I can get, supercharging miles or something like that. Or maybe my truck is coming in April, so probably take the truck instead of X.
Yeah, so what I'll say, I'll give a little bit of explanation, but before I say that, I'll say is if the incentives matter to you, I definitely say just go with the purchase, go with taking delivery. Some parts of it there's a potential for retrofitting, otherwise not. But it's a great option to be able to buy to get whether you're getting them like a Model Y or Model 3 right now, or any of the vehicles. I think it. Okay, so with that said, there's three parts from a part existing to make getting onto a vehicle. First, though, obviously the part has to be created. Then has to go to part supply. Once the actual parts have gone into the factory, it doesn't immediately go into the production line. It has to go through something called the debug line, which is essentially where parts are tested, usually on just one or two vehicles, to make sure they work, make sure that they are functioning the way they are, and only after a little bit of testing do they finally make it onto the production line. So when I had reported that the parts had come in, this was following, I think, about 3 weeks prior. Greenly Only had shared that there were some updates, that the board for the SNX was starting to show a popular or unpopulated port to support the bumper camera again, and that he said that the code was showing that both were there, but he didn't have an exact timeline. So within that same day, I'd gotten a update from my part supply source at Tesla, who said that the parts have finally come in. That doesn't necessarily mean that there's an exact time when that's going to finally make it to production. But that just means the long-term time period where it takes from the actual part being created to it getting to the factory is quite a lengthy time. So that part had happened, and then about a week or two later, towards the end of February, I finally got another update from someone else who had said that it would finally start hitting the production line. So I've been talking to them on and off since then throughout March. And one update I provided in the Tesla Motors Club forum, I believe, was that I checked back in with the same source, and they said that essentially Tesla's going through the last few hundred of their fronts, fascia. I can never say the word correctly, FASCIA or whatever. There's still some parts left they're going through before they're going to implement the parts completely. So, long story short, it could be any day now that the parts are going to come in. I don't think that they're significant enough that you should hold off on orders, especially at this point, if you're able to put another order in before March. But it's more now a when instead of an if. We're just kind of waiting for official confirmation for the first deliveries to get them.
Yeah, thanks for the feedback. I only trying to accelerate the delivery because everybody's talking about girlfriend and wife. My wife's birthday is coming on March 24th, so that's the only reason. Otherwise, I can hold off. If it is imminent, yes, of course, I can wait till confirm. It confirms from Tesla. But I'm also getting the truck delivered soon. I guess hopefully by April. So I'm happy
Great.
to.
If anybody else wants to come up and talk about potential Tesla gifts for their significant others, girlfriends, wives, boyfriends, husbands, machine, or their mom.
Look, I have a Model S without a front bumper camera, and it's a really great car. The 3D Park Assist works really well. Even if they can't retrofit it, I don't think it really makes a difference. There probably is a chance that they can retrofit it for your car. I love the front bumper camera on the Cybertruck. Makes it really easy to park. But it's hard to really know when it's coming. There could be some hold up, some issue. So Maybe it's coming soon. Maybe it isn't. We'll find out.
Machine.
Can you give me a minute to rant without blocking me?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah,
So
go.
listen. So I'm just explaining the PG&E rates and California Public Utility Commission was in
Okay, I think
bed.
that's enough. Wessex. Just rant.
Just let me go.
Everybody sit back and listen to this rant about California utilities.
You're breaking up left and right. Luckily, I'm here to speak. Gavin Newsom's in cahoots with the CPUC, allowing them. They're the ones in control of like how much PG&E and Southern California Edison can raise rates. And basically, PG&E is such a debacle that they've managed their electrical lines so poorly that basically they manage so much rural areas, the mountains of the Sierras, and there's so many electrical lines that haven't been maintained and all the work that goes into that, that they're way behind and their costs to manage it are rising exponentially. And they're basically begging Gavin and the CPUC to allow them to raise rates to pay for this. So basically, all the urban, suburban customers are subsidizing heavily the cost of all these rural areas. And it really comes into a bigger point here about which I think most people should be able to agree with, is that whether you prefer more subsidized cost structure, socialized things like medicine, there really needs to be some cost and cost awareness passed on to the end user. And in this case, you have rural communities who basically are getting subsidized, so they have no incentive to move out of high risk, high fire areas. And basically, we're all paying for it. And so now Tesla's paying for it, essentially, in terms of lower sales. And I really think most places in the world, most parts of the economy, costs, even if they're subsidized, they need to be passed on and apparent to the end user. So there's a little bit of pain so they understand and make economic choices that are rational. And this is all messed up in California.
What is the CPUC?
California Public Utility Commission. It makes decisions on how much the public/private utilities here can charge, how much they can increase. They can't just like willy-nilly decide to increase without approval, and they just keep allowing to increase. It's been like 50% increase in a few years.
All right, I'm starting my walk. Okay, during my walk, we're on walk mode as usual. That means no hands mode, no hands mode. Just wait a second or two after somebody's done to talk. Wessex.
Thanks, gentlemen. I was just wondering if anybody, any of the speakers have heard anything about this recent promotion where shareholders are that have a certain amount of shares are able to accelerate the delivery of their Cybertruck. That came out this week, kind of earlier in the week. I filled it out, but I haven't heard anything since. So I'm just wondering if anybody else has heard that someone has received an update or any action has happened with this thing.
I know 4 people who have filled it out who have not gotten a response yet.
Okay, thank you. And just a reminder, to Machine's point a moment ago, there's a really good book out there called The Grid by Gretchen. I can't think of her last name, but it really addresses these things. Like, for instance, trimming trees proactively and kind of the budgets related to that, all sorts of stuff. It's a really good book on just the whole grid itself.
Any other questions, comments? Please request to speak. We have like 10 speakers on the board. Now all of a sudden, you guys don't have anything to say.
Hey, I'll say something real quick. I really appreciate Machine's humor. I could definitely hang out with Machine. So props to you, Machine.
Thank you. I am probably the only other normal person in this space other than you.
I just want Machine to know that he is the Tesla elite that he speaks of, and much like the politicians that he hates, He's very similar to them. Those politicians that have like $500 million and 27 houses who are like tax the rich, that is Machine.
This is definitely not Machine. Machine lives and rents a townhouse. I do have a Tesla. Machine
He
is.
lives right next to Atherton.
I do live right next to Atherton. That's a technicality. Technicality.
I mean, you're saying you rent.
Hey, Meta.
and
I was
you-
thinking me, Meta, and Machine could all go for a 12.3 ride together.
I'm game. I'm free all day tomorrow, except in the evening.
That's like the Three Amigos gone wrong or something. I don't know. We could maybe.
Drive to me. Drive to me, and I'll join you guys on
We
the way,
could
on the
go
way
for a
back.
drive in the car, and Machine could tell us all the ways he thinks the AI works, and I could tell him how it actually works.
That was good. Another pompous elite.
I mean, you're saying
Machine
your
learning
excuse
elite.
for not being an elite is that you rent, but the world's richest man rents.
Look,
He
I mean,
rents so he can write off all his other properties as tax.
If you compare it to the rest of the world, the wealth of the rest of the world, then yeah, I guess I'm elite, but not in the Bay Area. I'm just another.
Not next to your Atherton neighbors.
Not next to my Atherton neighbors. That's for sure. But you know what? They have tried to. When I run, and I'm not joking, twice when I've run through there, twice some old lady has asked
They
me.
think you're the security guard.
Yeah,
we know.
they've asked
You've
me.
told us every time we talk about Atherton.
Hey, listen, it's still funny.
It's funnier when Omar tells it.
It's funny as your other jokes. Captain.
So I think that Tesla implemented that stock promo last year. It was one of the things that I suspected because I didn't reserve on day one, and I got a December, one of the very first invites on CT. And I was wondering what I was like thinking to myself, what could this be? Why would this happen? And I thought maybe they're going through and picking like pre-owners and people with shares of Tesla. So I kind of came to the conclusion that maybe they implemented this unannounced early on based on other people that I talked to who had gotten early invites that were not orders on, day one, et cetera. And Machine, you're right about the PUC. It's a mess and it's going to hurt Tesla, and it's far worse than anybody knows. There's a lot of stuff going on in the background. I've been following it really close, and it's a disaster for California. That's all I got.
Yeah, exactly. Think about this. This whole space is on Tesla. I don't think people are really understanding the severity
They
of this.
do not. They don't. I brought it up on calls before. They tried to screw solar customers. It's going to kill Tesla on the rates, and it's not just the rates they're raising now on January, as well as later on. Newsom's proposing a tiered per bill fee, which is insane. If you look at it, if you make over $69,000 a year, you're going to pay $51 a month flat fee on top of your utility bill. There's a whole bunch of stuff.
Exactly. There's also
it's bad.
It's also they've shut down not just that they shut down the NEM2, like how much they'll pay customers who have solar battery for their electricity. They were trying to propose to tax or make a fee for people who had solar, even if they had a battery, to say allegedly, oh, this is going to be for grid charges, and it's just they're trying to do everything to move. And I'm generally liberal, but this is getting out of hand. They're trying to basically penalize more rich people. They just want to say they want to know your income and charge you more. Like, what is this?
Well, when they did the tax on solar, people fought it really hard, and they kind of won a temporary battle. Newsom moved on and started it somewhere else. I suspect that the power walls are going to get hit next. They're going to pull it with the power walls next. Watch.
All right. We have Meta on the board. We have a lot of people who experienced 12.3, lots of FSD expertise, robotics expertise. The last thing we should be talking about right now is California politics. Thanks, Machine. Your 1 minute rant turned into
unbelievable.
a politics space. I'm going to change this to California Utilities Live. I know you're trying to spin it like a marketing executive that the West Hicks, that maybe that's why you guys get along so well, because you guys are both really good at spinning marketing material.
That's unbelievable.
Did Tyrone get a chance? Sir,
listen. Tesla is affected by this. Their margins are going down because people won't pay as much for their cars here. Okay, California is the biggest Tesla market. The Bay Area is the biggest Tesla market at a city, county level.
Dude, I know you're an
Machine,
American who lives in California, but
25% of California new vehicle sales are electric compared to 8% of the nation. Electricity is expensive here, yes, due to the wildfires and other issues, but also everything is expensive here. Gas is more expensive here. There's a tax of more than $1 on gas. So it's still much cheaper. And honestly, I mean, if you're living in the Bay Area, I mean, the electric bill is like not even in the top 10 concerns you have. Literally, anytime you walk outside, it's expensive. So,
No, this is
I mean, you can get
fake
solar
news.
and Powerwall, and then
Fake
you're
news.
locked into a fixed cost. So maybe that's what you should do. Then you
This
won't
is
have to complain about your utility all the time.
typical Tesla elite, not aware of the issues. You can constantly see people now who wanted to consider buying an electric vehicle partially because of the cheaper fuel costs, recharging costs, and now they are deciding against it. You see all these comments online. Outside of the Tesla bubble, people are just interested in EVs. They're like on the barrier, and they wouldn't do it. Now, of course, yeah, it's still 25% of the market in California, and that's a great sign. But that just means Tesla's more sensitive to fluctuations in the California market, and now they have to get that 25%. They have to cut prices. We don't want them to keep cutting prices, and part of the reason is because of the corrupt PG&E. And someone with your influence, you think, should be bringing this up. If you actually cared about Tesla, if you love Tesla like you say you do, you would be going and bashing PG&E and bringing up these issues on your social media.
I mean, we can't really change the power prices. We can make our own power. But, generally it is true when gas prices are higher, people buy EVs more. When they go down, people are less inclined to buy them. That has some effect, but the reality is it's cheaper to drive with an EV than a gas car in California, even though electricity is more expensive. And honestly, even if it were more expensive, I'd still drive the EV. What am I going to do? Start driving manually just to save money? So I don't think it's that big of a deal.
How many megapacks is PG&E buying this year? Isn't that part of the reason why the bills go up? Because they're making capital expenditures like buying megapacks?
That's not the main reason. It's very clearly because of the maintenance in the rural areas.
Right. So if they replace those with, say, solar panels and megapacks, the maintenance costs would go down?
I'm not sure about that. I don't think the transmission from the power generating areas to the homes is the main issue. I'm not sure even if you had megapacks, you need to have local generation of power so that you're not transmitting along these high risk areas.
If you think of the forest fires, right? A lot of that happens from high voltage cabling near trees. So now you have to pay people to go out there and trim and cut trees. But if you don't have to transmit as many electrons as far distances across trees, you reduce that necessity. So honestly, distributing the network is going to be beneficial. And I think Tesla's in a really good position to help do that. So I think Tesla wins on either end.
Tesla definitely wins on that end. I'm not arguing that. I'm just saying I don't know if that's going to fundamentally.
Thank God for Meta being in the space. The only person who ever speaks up. Hey, you had something to say for Meta the other, just like an hour ago, didn't you?
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know if Tesla's going to achieve robotaxi until they hire Meta to go out to Jacksonville to collect data on left turns for
I'll
training.
tell you what, if by some miracle FSD is not working by the end of 2025, I will seriously consider going there.
That's the roll up the sleeve moment. Meta's like, that's it.
I will. At that moment, it's like, all right, screw it. I guess I'll go work on this project.
You still won't, because you're going to talk to someone who's worked for Musk and realize what it's like to have to be like a direct report to him, or even 2 layers down, as I have. It's insane.
I have talked to many people who have worked with Elon directly.
And do you disagree with what I said?
I'm not going to comment.
Yeah.
There you go. See? Exactly.
All I'm saying
I
is
knew that was
I was
knew that was
aware
coming.
of the facts and the statement you made while I made the other statement.
If you go work for them, you're going to lose whatever hair you have left. I mean, I've never seen you in person, but you won't have any hair after that.
Looks
If I
like we've got
disappear from this
another.
space, if I disappear from this space in 2027 and FSD's not here, you guys know what happened.
You're going to have to disappear after May, after you embarrassingly lose your bet on L4 door to door. It's already embarrassing for you. So I mean, we got like 2 months.
You're
left.
right. 12.3 is a total embarrassment. It's
See,
so
it's
much
just
worse.
so distraction. See, oh God, it's embarrassing. Just keep talking, keep bumping it up. Yeah, oh yeah, it's gonna happen in 2 months, no doubt.
So it looks like there's some more 12.3 versions going out to people who have 11.49. Tesla Joy just tweeted that she got it. It's possible she got it before and just saw or something, but could be that we're seeing some more updates go out, which could be a good sign for this weekend.
I picked up a car from service and I didn't get the update. I was really disappointed, not gonna lie. I'm still waiting. Sometimes it used to be if you took your car to service, you'd get the latest update. They stopped doing that for some reason.
Tyrone, did you get a chance to speak? Tyrone McKill?
Sorry, that was a pocket dial.
Okay. I can't hear him. Can you guys hear him?
I heard him. He said something about a puppet doll, so I'm totally confused.
He said it was a
No,
pocket dial.
A pocket dial. Sorry, guys.
Oh, okay.
Oh, it's British or Australian or something. I see.
All right. Meta, how are you?
I'm doing good.
What do you want to talk about? Since you just joined and we've been listening to Machine for like 3 fucking hours now.
Honestly, I saw that the space was still going and I was very curious what you guys are talking about. And I came into Machine making some nonsensical statements. Also, frankly, Machine, do you seriously think they're driving that intersection by Chuck Cook to collect training data? Are you standing by that, even though Elon is saying it?
Why would I not? First of all, I said that, and I said I'm speculating, of course, and so I wasn't like 100% sure or anything. But I just had the sense that maybe that's what they're doing because they like to show off the performance, and they're going to kind of tweak it a bit to work better there, so that they can have the YouTube videos and all that and get people excited. And you're just like, there's no way it's going to be just for evaluation. So confident, and then Musk quotes it and says training, going there for training, and now you just say, well, we can't trust anything he says. I mean, talk about trying to rationalize your point. You can't handle the truth. You cannot handle the truth. Go watch A Few Good Men. Come back to me.
I literally said before that tweet, even before Elon said it, that he's just simplifying this for people. Have you ever heard him talk about test sets or eval sets, or do you just hear him talk about training data?
I mean, oh my God.
He has a good point. He's a good point.
Oh, so I'm not saying so he could be right. And I said the probability that I'm right just went up. That's all.
The probability that you're right went up because he just repeated what he said before?
Because he used the word training. So you could argue that an absolute. Why are we? This is so dumb. What are we
All
doing?
Elon tweets need to be read in the context that he was probably taking a shit while he wrote it. So you don't want to get too precise over it. You don't want to obsess over it. Oh my God, he said in this one tweet. Yeah, he might have just been like on a bunch of ketamine, like taking a shit or something. You know, you don't really know. But, you know, it's probably what he meant. You know, maybe they're trying to gather some more training data. Maybe they're testing it. But, you know, if he says training data, then that could be what it is.
Meta, has your perception of 12.3 changed? Your estimate that you're going to win this bet level 4 by May, which we made about a year ago?
It's still going to be very, very close. I'm not going to lie. I'll be very honest. It'll probably be a small miss, but it'll be a lot closer than Machine's original estimates of end of 25.
No way. First of all, I never said end of 2025. This guy just makes up stuff left and right.
How can he be working?
What was your
in
original?
China?
What was your original dates before you started pulling it back forward a month every time?
I said
For
Because
that's
the
for
January
11 update came
robotaxi.
out.
That's for robotaxi, right?
Oh,
January
okay, okay, okay.
2025.
Yeah, that's different. We have a new speaker. Go electric. Go.
How's it going, guys? Not sure if you guys talked about this already, but with most of the FSD version 12 going to people in California, do you think we're going to go state by state, region by region, or what?
They've never done geofencing in the past. I think they may just be sending it mostly to California because that's where most of their customers are.
Yeah.
They're rolling this out nationwide. There's people in several different states. It's not just California. So they're not going to go state by state.
Yeah. We have Lincoln in the crowd. If he wants to come up and join the conversation, I haven't heard from him in a while. We haven't heard him play the guitar in a while. He's welcome to come up. And also Steve is welcome to come up and play the piano.
And
Or
if you
Michelle, also welcome to come up and play the piano. Also, I want to say one more thing before Machine interrupted me. Oh, Dale reminded me that Kaz has a video of 12.3 just went live. So Kaz on his robotaxi oriented FSD channel does a great job. 12.3. Maybe if somebody can pin him, maybe he can join us and tell us about his video and his experience. Meta.
I have a question for Tesla Scope. Generally, when you guys are collecting the data to know which regions the rollouts are going in, would you say your customer install base is heavily biased towards California, or is it kind of like normalized to the Tesla vehicle distribution?
There's definitely more that I'll typically see in California. One thing to note when kind of comparing between Tesla Scope and Teslafy is, for some whatever reason, Tesla Scope has a lot more distribution outside of North America. It's less. I wouldn't have no exact percentages, but I definitely have a lot more customers outside of the region, which does, and unfortunately, at least in regards to full self driving, make it look like there's fewer vehicles on the platform compared to the others. But I would say that there is just across the board of all the other states, there definitely is a lot more heavily usage in California. There's many reasons for that. I think a lot of people in California who are in the tech industry as well as different industries are very into the analytics. It's third-party services are used for a variety of things, including even just tax purposes to like if you get refunded for business travel and driving, which obviously affects everywhere. But I think particularly we see a lot of more usage of third-party services in California for that reason.
Yeah, I think for folks who think it's only rolling out in California, one of the reasons could be because of the bias of those install bases.
I've spoken to two people who definitely don't live in California. One lives in Washington, the other one lives in Nevada. And I think on Teslafy in particular, I don't show states, just make it a little bit more privacy based on Tesla Scope. But I know on our platform there are a couple users in those other states. But on Teslafy, we've seen Nevada, we've seen Washington, we saw Arizona, and we're also forgetting that every single employee across every single state that has service centers, repair centers, they all have access to 12.3, and they've had access to 12.1. So that includes almost every single state, including vehicles in Canada as well. Those are all vehicles that have been testing it, that are providing data to Tesla. And in particular, in one of the states I'm talking with the employee I've been talking to, they already were amazed by 12.2.1, and then when 12.3 just came out a few days ago, they immediately said almost all of the issues they've been having in their neighborhood have been resolved. So things are looking good. I know it's a little bit weird to see it just come out primarily in California, but it is in other states, and I think that once they do expand to include a lot more distribution, it's gonna be working pretty well. I don't think the concern really is that it's not working outside of California, based on the feedback I've seen, but pretty much across the board.
Yeah, I've talked to people from several different states. They say it's working great. They maybe seem to, they mentioned some issues I wasn't seeing in some cases, but they were very impressed by it. You also have Bradford Ferguson, who drove across the country, and he mentioned that it continued to work even out after leaving California. So
I think maybe there are more Teslas here. You can probably expect there to be a little bit of an advantage to that. But I don't think there's going to be some holdup where they're only rolling it out to California. And if you don't live in California, you're not going to be able to get it. They may be sort of dipping their toes into the water more in other areas because there could be more sort of, unforeseen situations or things like that. But it definitely seems like the software is ready to be used in any part of the country.
Are employees at stores and service centers at a different tier level than, let's say, your headquarter employees in terms of getting access to the newest updates?
They have the exact same access. So when an update first comes out, there is the kind of the executive group, and we've seen that only happened with version 11 initially, and then we saw with version 12 where it goes out to literally less than 100 people. Period. That's Elon. That's all. That's all the execs like Wes, and that's a lot of just very high ups. So that's the only notion where there's a separate tier. But otherwise, whether you're a manager at a service center, whether you're an engineer, whether you're working at the actual corporate building, or you're working at any other location, you all are under the same tier, which is the Wave 1 program, and that's Tesla's early access program for employees.
And by the way, they all get FSD for free as part of their employment, even if they're a service center employee or anything. So there's nobody who has a Tesla who doesn't have FSD. Every employee across the country, every service center, every showroom, some of them probably have Teslas and they're testing FSD beta on their cars before it ever gets to any external customers.
Yeah,
They have to first pay for it and then Tesla refunds them. Is that correct?
No, it's given to them right away. You just have to send a couple forms and it immediately gets
I think it's a
okay.
one-time deal, though, right?
No, it's for any vehicle you own. It has to be under your name though. So if it's something owned by like your spouse or your wife, your husband, it won't work. It has to be legally registered on the registration under your name, but it still qualifies. To expand upon that, so if you're a regular employee, you get FSD for free. You also get access to Wave 1, which lets you try out all new features early. And then if you want even earlier to try things out, you can apply for any of the ADAS roles, which are in several states and even several countries outside of North America. And that lets you get to try actual smart summon early. You get to try reverse summon. You get to try all of the aspects of FSD early on cutting edge builds. And it's a amazing job. It pays very well. It has all the benefits. And if FSD is something that fascinates you and you have, some time either for part-time or full-time hours, highly recommend it. You get all the other bells and whistles too. But one of my favorite sources that I speak to works for that job, and they love the job. You get a task, you drive all day, you write a report at the end of the day, and that's it. And you get to go on with your day, and it's wonderful.
Machine, did you hear that?
Look, I thought about applying for a job at Tesla, but I think I'm blacklisted. So
really, why?
I could.
I can't imagine.
I know it's really random, unfortunate.
Are you blacklisted, or they look at your CV and reject?
That would probably happen.
How would you know you're blacklisted?
Well, when I made on my previous account made that tweet about them unveiling the next gen vehicle last year at Investors Day. They figured out, because it was dumb, I had my name on the account. They figured out who I knew at Tesla, and that person got in a little trouble. Luckily, not much. And they said that I was put on a blacklist or some list of social media influencers, which is funny because, of course, I have like no one following me. Who to watch out for. So I don't know if that would affect hiring, but it's probably not good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that only affects event invites. They rejected your job application based on their evaluation of your
to be clear,
knowledge.
Not applied for a job. I probably would be rejected. But
they preemptively rejected you.
I would be,
in case this guy ever applies.
Just we do have a few hundred people in here, just for the record. For the record, 99% of the stuff that we say about machine in the space is a joke. He obviously knows his stuff, and he's probably one of the few people that's proven correct on most things that he's predicted in the last couple of years.
Well, thank you.
Oh wait, that last statement I disagree with, but everything you
It's
said up
true.
to that
It's
point,
true.
I
Better
was
than
gonna
you.
say I agree.
Better
Listen,
than you.
I am the record keeper here.
How many
Okay.
bets did he win this year?
Dubuck. Well, this year is different, but in the last couple of years, come on.
I
Come
think
on.
it's true. Some sentiment on robotaxi, just general timelines, stocks,
Right.
price movements in general.
Right.
I think I've been relatively accurate, and I don't know if I've mentioned this before, but I do have a PhD and went to an Ivy League school. I don't know if I mentioned that before.
Cornell.
Well, I didn't mention it is a low.
That's not one of the best Ivies.
It's
not
the
a
worst.
Harvard.
It's the worst Ivy League.
Have you guys ever been to Cornell, by the way? I mean, except for Mission, obviously. Anybody on the speaker board ever been to Cornell? Campus?
It's in New Jersey or something.
It's
No,
like
Cornell's
it's
man.
like in Canada almost.
No, it's upstate New York. It's
like in the middle of nowhere.
Upstate New
middle
York.
of nowhere. Yeah, no,
Yikes.
listen. It's an hour
Ithaca.
south of
Ithaca, New York.
Yeah.
Look it up on the map. There's like literally nothing.
There's
By the
nothing
way,
that-
like New York, New York City is amazing and everything, but New York State is a massive state. You can buy like dozens of acres or hundreds of acres of land for like $100,000 or something, right, Machine?
Yeah, right, exactly. It's it's basically in a rural area. It's a beautiful campus when it's summer. I stayed one summer there. Absolutely
For like a
beautiful.
month.
Yeah, exactly. For like the summer and May, and they trick you because basically you visit in May, and then it's nice, and you're like, oh, I should go here. And then by October, it's cold, windy, and you have to walk across this campus. There's rivers going under the campus. It's beautiful. But I will say, I should make a comment about the quality of the other sex, but there's just a lot of cankles. They are highly overrated.
And then there's also a lot of grade inflation there. I mean, I had a close friend I visited once or twice, and yeah, there's a ton. Like if you fail an exam, they let you take it again.
No, this is not Harvard. Okay, Harvard has grade inflation. Cornell engineering, very well known.
Let me ask you something. You can't get GPA over 4 in Cornell, correct?
You can if you.
Yes. So how is that not grade inflation?
No, because they set the mean grade to, I believe, a B-. So it is possible if
so you can score more than 100. It's like somebody coming to the space and talking about more than 100% gross margin. That's what this is. That's Cornell.
That they do have that, but the average grade is lower than, say, Harvard. Harvard, like, everyone gets A's, and you could say no one gets an A+, but the average grade is like an A-, whereas at Cornell the average grade is a B-. You may have a few people, one of which might be speaking, might destroy the curve in a class, say like thermodynamics, by getting a perfect score where everyone else got 50%, and that made people mad. That may have happened.
Is that why you have no friends?
Well, I mean, really, yes.
You ace your thermonuclear.
I should have
thermodynamics or whatever.
I really should have done heat transfer thermodynamics based on those results, but oh well.
I went to Greenfield Community College, and 53% of the people graduate.
Meta.
Hey, I'm not going to go into details, but the college I went to the first year, 48% of people failed out. That was kind of like the norm. It's just the way it was.
Where actually, I don't know where you went to college.
Where
did you go to college? All right.
Yeah, it's a Canadian university, but it's.
I feel like everyone in AI went to that school.
It's not entirely wrong. Toronto, Waterloo. There's a lot of AI influence coming from there. And then Stanford, Berkeley are also not bad. Spent some time in one of those. I'm not going to give myself completely away here. But okay, the other thing I was going to say is in high school, I remember to this day, this is the only time I've ever gotten over 100. I got 102. I could have got 109, but I didn't remember the teacher's name. And this is one of those teachers who used to put it as a bonus question, if you could remember the teacher's name. It was computer science, obviously. It was just one of those classes where if you've already done the work before you join the class, it's a lot easier.
Machine, is that how you got your 100 on thermodynamics?
No,
You
it wasn't
remember
about
someone's name?
No, it wasn't about the teacher. But you may be surprised that when I was in high school, I kind of coasted at some point because the material wasn't too challenging. And then I went to college, and actually the first semester was also easy, but then the second semester came, and there was like electromagnetic physics, and you would surprise that I might have been over cocky, but I was, and then I failed that first test. I totally failed it. So it was a rude awakening.
We have so many replies that saying, I'm in Corning. That is 45 minutes driving distance away from Corning. There you go.
But
All
by
right,
the way,
we have guys.
Kaz,
Okay,
Kaz
can
said he's going
we
to
need to
join.
stop. We need to stop patting ourselves on the back.
Well, I just actually, by the way, Corning. So yeah, Corning. There's Corning Fiber Optics, which was founded in Corning, and I actually worked for them.
Sir, excuse me. TOC San Joaquin Valley. West 6, what was their GPA? I can't hear West 6. Can you guys hear him?
Nope.
All right. Lincoln, how are you? It's been a while.
I'm pretty good. Yeah, springtime today. I was out measuring wells, and it's a beautiful day. So, I just don't look at my stock portfolio, and things are okay.
Yeah. How is FSC doing for you?
It's awesome. I freaking love it. I'm really excited for FSD beta, or the 12.3, but it's great. Like, yeah, I don't ever want to drive without it. Like, I mean,
Which
I
one
want
do
to
you have
drive
now?
but 4.7.
4.7? Okay.
Yeah, no, it does great. I mean, it's making some mistakes, but it's man, it just makes driving so much better. So, yep,
And
loving it.
how is your mom enjoying? Oh, she wanted a Tesla, but she's driving yours every now and then, right? That's the
No, she
latest for
didn't
now.
want one. I tried to talk her into it, but she didn't want to get one yet. She's too worried about, like, it was like hours to drive to a service center for her, and I get it. It's
Yeah.
fine.
Keep
So
an eye on the used Tesla market. We heard of Jimmy that came up yesterday and said he was able to get a used Model 3 for $18,000 and it had FSD. And the dealership had no idea what they had on their hands.
Oh, nice. So you could buy it, transfer it, and then sell it if you wanted to.
Well, I think he's just going to enjoy it. But I think what he did was he didn't even say anything to the dealership. He kind of just went on a test drive. And then when the guy was out of the car, he kind of just checked to see if SD was on there. And they still had no idea, even after he kind of signed the dotted line. So these legacy
Nice.
dealerships, they've been taking advantage of people, selling them standard range cars, at long range prices for years now. And I think there's an opportunity out there right now to grab these FST used Model 3s for less than $20,000 and get the $4,000 used tax credit as well. So
That'd be great.
Spread the word. Machine?
I honestly forget what I was going to say, unfortunately.
Okay. Is TOC San Joaquin Valley able to speak?
Wait. I remember. If you would have paid attention to me a month ago, I said at $200, get out of Tesla. It was going down to 150. So Lincoln,
You have been right about the stock price movements in the very short term.
Ouch.
Well, what's your next prediction, Mr. Know-It-All?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I only make predictions like big picture that, where I think there's going to be a significant change. At this level, I'm not as certain. I think just by the fact that we still have production and deliveries to report and then the earnings, that unless there's some real positive sentiment coming out of the earnings, that after earnings, that the stock is probably going to be lower than where we are right now. But in the meantime, it could go back up. I just think unless the earnings are really positive, that the data that's going to come out of the earnings are going to show year over year decrease again in earnings, flat deliveries. Unless energy somehow has a huge surprise, that the narrative coming out of that is going to be bearish, and some people are going to quit the stock, and that will be the time to buy. Just like in 2019, the same thing happened, the same time frame.
Hey, Machine, I asked you a couple of days ago if you thought that there's a chance Q1 bottom line could be negative, and I think you said that there's a chance. I asked the same question to James Katz, I think this morning or yesterday, and he said no chance. And he knows this stuff.
No, I did not. You're just making that up. I didn't say it would be negative. I said I can't see it going negative. I think there's too much delta between where they're at. Yes, there's price cuts, but they're not dropping from 50 cents to zero based on the price cuts, or obviously the operating income leverage is less with less deliveries, but I still don't see it going negative. And that's what I said. So you are just fake news again.
No. You didn't predict negative, but I think you said there's a chance it might. No? Am I misremembering? Which is fine, dude. It's fine.
No.
I know you think I'm
I know what you guys
perfect,
are
but I'm
discussing
not
is super
perfect.
important, but just a point of order. Kaz is trying to join the space and he can't seem to find it. Is there a way to invite him directly or something? He posted a screenshot of X being X and saying the space doesn't exist.
Oh, are you serious?
How many Cybertrucks were delivered this quarter?
What's his handle? Guess? Just 1 second, Brandon. What's his handle?
It's Cyberlift. CYBRLFT.
Okay.
Also, Edge Case is in the listening audience. He wanted to also join.
Oh yeah, he's welcome to come up as well. I see him. And then let's bring Kaz in here.
He's not allowed to come up. That guy was making jokes about my mom.
I thought that was the criteria to get on the speaker board.
I'm gonna make him co-host.
Looks like a United Airlines plane has landed in Oregon after a piece of it fell off.
Dude, wait, did that just happen?
Yeah, it looks like it.
Just now. Wow.
Yeah.
Sounds like Tesla needs to get into VTOL and start replacing these planes.
If you Tesla the post, you should see a picture of the missing panel. It's pretty bad.
I mean, they talk about panel gaps on Teslas, but Boeing's got them outnumbered here. But still, Boeing is down.
And the stock is outperforming Tesla.
Yeah,
can you believe it?
So I know. You interrupted me to take my joke. It's unbelievable.
He's quicker than you.
That's what his girlfriend said in bed too.
That's what Machine said to him last night. Edge Case.
What's up?
How is 12? Wait, you don't have 12.3, right?
I do. I got it yesterday. Around
How was it doing for you?
4 p.m. I only drove it for an hour or so, combined with today. Well, here's the thing, man. I tend to take it into more complex scenarios, and so it's not like I just drive from point A to point B and say no interventions. I kind of just I pick an interesting route, and that has like left and right turns that are hidden and stuff like that. So I kind of give it a little bit too much of a challenge. So it didn't do that great the first the first hour that I drove it. But in general, 12.2.1. I mean, all my daily.
Sir, we need specifics. There's no generals. Do you know which space you're in here? We need evidence. I pinned at the top of your screens the panel that we were just talking about. The panel just fell off from a United Airlines flight. Yeah. Well, but I know you have the specifics. Tell us, like in this certain edge case, that the previous version was doing this, and now the 12.3 is doing that. Something along those lines.
Like I've only driven it for an hour, so I can't tell the difference between 2 and 3 yet, right? But the things that it's still not doing is it's not recognizing flashing reds. I think Omar has already mentioned that. it kind of just gets stuck. There's some kind of a weird thing that it thinks that it's a green light, so it slowly goes forward and stops, and just like weird behavior. The other thing is, I'm still, I have to take it. And 12.2.1 was very aggressive on left turns and taking off of right turns as well. Just sometimes a little too, it doesn't wait for the cars to pass by, so it kind of shoots for it, and you kind of hope that the person doesn't hit the brakes. I mean, it hits the brakes to slow down to let you in, but so far I haven't tested on 12.3 these left turns.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
We had a question earlier and that I thought was a good question, so I'm probably going to start asking that question to others. And it came from About Tesla. And About Tesla asked, if you were the one you were the one making the decisions, which version would you send to the public today?
Yeah, 12.2.1 was amazing for me. Besides the aggressiveness, right? Like I would just have to pay extra attention. So that's where the little extra critical disengagements happened. On 12.3, there was a regression for me with the auto set speed. Basically, it's going too slow in areas that it should be going faster, and it's sort of annoying because it's way too slow. Like the cars behind you have to pass around you. So I love 12.2.1. I'm not so happy with 12.3 because of that issue. It's just and it's weird. I think it's not everybody has the same issue as I do, which is odd. I don't know. Do you know what I'm talking about? Maybe Omar can comment on that. Does he
I
have that
had the
problem?
opposite issue. I hated 12.2 because it was just so slow and hesitant, and 12.3 completely fixed it for me.
That is the oddest thing. You say, so there's another person that was in the 12.3 or 2.1 group that had the same issue you're having that got fixed in this 12.3. So I got the bad version this time around.
Well, it could just be differences in where we're driving. Maybe try turning the auto speed off. It could be that they're having trouble tuning the new auto speed setting to work in different types of areas or something.
Yeah, I have to play around because it was happening on the fixed, when you have a fixed offset at 10%, you have a max speed there. It wouldn't even reach that max speed. It still uses like some kind of sensing road conditions to set to a lower speed. So it was not working correct with fixed
Yeah, that's
offset
exactly what I was seeing in 12.2.
Yeah, man, I got you guys gave me the bad version, man. I want my
That's so
12.2.1 back.
I'm like genuinely perplexed.
Yeah, I don't get it.
Machine.
No, I was just going to say the feedback of going too slow, you need to go faster, was what Edge Case's mom actually told me last night.
Did you just brag about being slow?
Maybe.
I can't bring Kaz in for some reason. He's not seeing the space. I'm not sure what the problem is. But he has his video up on his channel and with the chapters included. So, Brandon.
Yeah, I just wanted to apologize. I think I might have interrupted Meta earlier, but I couldn't hear him and only him for some reason. Any predictions on how many Cybertrucks are going to be sold this quarter by anybody?
2,500.
That sounds about right.
Based off anything or just
1,000 to 5,000.
When I was in 6th grade, they had a bunch of marbles in a jar, and they asked how many were in there for everyone, and I guessed correctly.
I did the same with jelly beans, but I actually tried to calculate it.
Can you go 5 minutes without patting yourself on the back? What is
That
this?
seems like a
what are you trying to
metaphor.
What are you trying to make up for?
By the way, this is exactly what I thought. When I thought about that, I'm like, Meta would be the type of person who would actually try to calculate like one by one how many are in there instead of approximating quickly.
No. I calculated how many were in a circle, and then I knew how to calculate the rest. It's not hard.
Okay, well, maybe we're similar then.
This is a metaphor.
This is too much for Friday. My brain is fried. I was like, when he said this is not hard, I was like, should I make a mom joke about this or no? And I decided against it.
It means I've destroyed your mind now with so many stupid jokes. You have to be on edge all the time, waiting. Is he going to say something dumb or, instigating something?
Are you on edge all the time because of his mom?
Well, yeah. Yeah, you got to be careful around those Turkish
Machine's
women.
having a hard time finishing his sentence.
I will just say I have a lot of I have experience with women from the Middle East, and you have to be on edge around them.
Machine's mom makes it hard to finish.
All right. Well, speaking of edges, edge case, would you like to continue with your comparison?
Are we comparing 11 to 12 or 12.2 to 12.3?
Your mom's machine, whichever one you carry. I mean, it's whatever you want. You have the mic. You are the boss. Do you remember you used to be co-host in this space?
Yeah, we did that survey. It was the survey.
Yeah, what happened to that survey?
Nerve-wracking. It's still there. I think people just
Wait,
forgot
what do you
about
mean? It was the most nerve-wracking what?
experience. I don't know how to host, man. I'm not eloquent as you guys. Coming up with jokes on the fly. It's not.
That's all right.
Yeah, like I think people just stopped doing the survey because we hadn't had an update for what was it, like 5-6 months. But now that it seems like more people are getting 12.3, it will be good to see the difference in the difference in the numbers. Again, it's a survey, so it's a personal. It's not like a data driven the way that Kaz has. His like interventions and disengagements tracked closely for every drive, which obviously is that the second part of Elias's FSD data tracker, right?
All right, just give me 1 second. Omar, I got to move you down from co-host. Just come back as speaker, because I think that might be the let's see. All right, edge case, keep going.
Yeah, no, I was saying that now it'll be good to see the FSD beta tracker that Elias set up as once more people get 12.3 to get the stats there. But yeah, like as far as my impression between 12 and 11, I mean, it's definitely a step change. All the issues, and I imagine most of the people who have had issues on their daily commutes or common routes that they take, that they constantly had to report, voice notes for over the whole year, are finally fixed. And so people will be pleased because you're reporting the same issue every day for a year. It gets annoying. People, they feel like they're not being listened to. So the fact that this stuff is fixed is just that in itself is a major step change, right? People can have daily commutes that with zero intervention.
Hmm. Interesting. All right.
But
Well,
but yeah, so yeah, I mean, Tesla $1 million 2 years ago, and they're just holding your money. It's really to the point where they're testing them. They're putting them through rigorous tests. They're driving them all over the place. And so I think whenever they do hit the actual the normal buyers out here, um, I think we're gonna get a tried and true vehicle. And just the cost is unknown, of course, but it's a 900 kilowatt hour battery pack, which is massive. The charging is like 4 or 5 times faster than the other trucks on the market. So it's gonna be a vehicle you can actually make money in, because you go and buy one of these other CCS trucks for $500,000 right now. It's more so for ESG goals rather than actual profit. And the only way a company like mine can work is if we make money. And I think we could do it with the Tesla Semi. So should be cool. But I appreciate you guys' time tonight.
thank you. We'll come back anytime. Sorry, I have some correction. Oh, Brandon, are you the same Brandon?
Yeah, but it's really confusing hearing you twice.
What can be even better? I know, I have that too sometimes.
I
I have
was
to
like,
change it.
I thought I couldn't hear you, and then I was like, wait a minute.
Yeah, I didn't realize. So I think there's another Brandon.
No, it's me.
Did you change your profile picture on YouTube Live recently?
No, it's always been that.
Okay, never mind. I'm thinking of someone else then.
But
Okay, cool.
yeah, Omar, are you gonna get your semi truck?
I don't have a semi truck on order, but I kind of want one, to be honest. I mean, it looks kind of fun. If they could get FSD running on that thing and you could connect like a trailer and live in it,
Well, no. What
I
you could
mean,
do
there
is
could be some pretty interesting use cases.
you could tow your Cybertruck, and then tow your Model S with your Cybertruck.
You guys want to hear my viewpoint on FSD in the semi?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So FSD, I love it in my Model X. I mean, it outperforms my Lightning tremendously. I mean, it's almost frustrating driving my Lightning after using the FSD for so long. But as far as freight goes, the freight's staged differently. So as an owner operator, I could be pulling something different every day, and it's very difficult to, tell people exactly how to stage it. So as far as FSD goes, my prediction is that you're going to have FSD in bobtail mode. Just the cab by itself, whether you're deadheading, point A to point B. I see that as like a very easy application, not easy
Could you
application,
explain
but
what staging is?
yeah. So like staging a load. So like the best load you could get with the electric semi truck is a hook and pull load. So basically you show up with a driver and a tractor, the Tesla semi truck itself by itself, pull back, hook on, and go. Right. So the second that truck's charged, it's ready to go to the next spot with the driver in the seat. Gets to the next spot, you drop the trailer, charge it, or even hook to a new trailer and pull it straight back. So ideally, the Tesla semi trucks are running 24/7, 365 with hook and pull freight. That's the most efficient model ever, kind of like a Tampa to Jacksonville Amazon freight route. So with those types of uh, movements, it's very difficult to say exactly what's in the trailer. A lot of times you don't know what's in the trailer, how much, what's positioned. So FSD really needs to be able to compensate for the freight and how it's staged to make the correct movements, in my opinion. But once you're deadheading, say you drop a load and your next load's 10 miles away, or even 100 or 200 miles away, you can just, turn the FSD on and it could actually help the driver out. So I think we're going to see FSD, maybe not in the early stages, but I think it's going to be an option to purchase it just like we do current FSD and have it, and kind of teach the truck. So if you think about it, say you run Tampa to Jacksonville and back round trip with Amazon Freight with 50 trucks. It's 400 miles round trip, which you can do a round trip once every 12 hours, right? Pepsi put up 1,600 miles in 24 hours, which was insane. But just say you just do one round trip every 12 hours. So that's 2 round trips per truck every 12 hours, 800 miles with 50 trucks. That's 40,000 miles with 50 trucks every 24 hours on a round trip. So I think FSD does learn. So if you pull a similar freight back and forth 40,000 miles, I think it's going to learn these routes. I think it's going to learn the freight. And I think at that point, specialized operations are going to be able to scale into FSD with freight. So it should be interesting how it's pushed out. But I mean, just the capabilities of just a standard Tesla semi truck in normal operations, right? You got 360 cameras live. Right now, Motive ELD, the electronic logging device that the drivers have to use, you have to purchase a 360-degree camera system, have it installed, but you can't even access it live while you're going down the road. You have to request the video if there's an incident or something. And Tesla's just right off the bat, that's normal for them to have 360 live. And then the key functionality where you can just have any one of your 100 drivers for the 50 trucks just show up with their personal phone, and boom, they're in the truck. It's going. There's no longer Betty the key lady. It's just like there's so many functionalities. And so if they have the ELD, the electronic logging device in the trucks, they have the phone as a key, and then if they put Starlink in it, I mean, and FSD, these trucks are going to be just dynamite. I mean, they're going to be just phenomenal all around. And overall, I mean, those little things cost trucking operations a ton of money. And then as the charging side goes to it, this is going to be one of the first industries where, say, Amazon or one of these big ESG focused corporations, they can focus on their infrastructure and now can actually provide trucking companies with these electric trucks free charging. So if they go out and they install massive infrastructure on site behind the gates at these big warehouses, they're going to literally be able to tell owner operators, hey, liquidate your diesel semi trucks, get some electric semi trucks, and you can charge here for free. And if the driver can charge there for free, they're eliminating the biggest variable expense in a trucking operation, which is fuel. And you're also cutting out brokers. So now rates are going to be actually profitable again. Like they're only like $2 a mile right now. And the driver has to, you have to pay a driver, you got to pay insurance, which mine's $50,000 a year for one diesel truck. It's crazy. There's no money in trucking right now. And so if you can get all these functionalities out of a Tesla semi truck, you could actually make money again. And so, man, obviously I'm excited for it. And but unfortunately, I only have 50 orders. I really wanted to put some more orders in, but my Reg CF on WeFire didn't pop like I thought it was going to a couple of years ago. And they closed down ordering, which is interesting because now you got to think about this. They closed down ordering 2 years ago when orders were $20,000 each just to get in line for one truck. And if my predictions are right, I think about 3 trucks were ordered before they closed it down. I think UPS or FedEx. I talked to one of the guys who ordered it from one of those big companies, and they only ordered 15 because they're sitting at a big round table and they're all employees and they have to test it out first. So a lot of these big companies that could have put massive orders in, like beta test orders in, before it was proven, and thank God it was proven to what Elon said, the 500 miles, recharging fast.
Yeah. All right.
Man.
We're going to break
Yeah.
it up.
Anyways,
Thank
yeah.
you.
Hey,
Usman,
we
go
got
ahead.
some news.
Yeah. Go ahead,
Tesla
Omar.
is now offering the point of sale credit on used Teslas under 25,000 on their website.
Wait, what? Oh, I see. I see what
Point
you're
of sale
saying.
credit for used
On the used
EVs.
inventory.
Yeah,
That's
used
awesome.
EVs
That's
under
great.
25,000, you can get it off point of sale. So you can walk out there with an EV for $21,000 if there's one available for under 25,000.
Great.
And so Jimmy came in, he talked about his $18,000 car with FSD. He can claim the used credit on that. So then it becomes a $14,000 car. Then he could transfer the FSD off and sell the car. I mean, it's basically free.
Yeah, I think did that 18,000 include the $4,000 credit?
I'm not sure. I don't think so.
Yeah. Usman, go ahead.
Hey, thanks, Yaman. Hey, Omar. Hey, yeah, but I actually been listening for last also in space for last hour. Maybe I miss a couple. I mean, the first half of the space, but I don't know if you guys talked about the news about India already or not, but it looks like huge market now that they reduced their tax for import EVs for 15% from 100%. And also Elon is already building the relationship with Indian the government and the regulators over there. And I just saw that this news is like something's really amazing. I haven't checked your timeline, Omar or Yaman, but looks like this news is like really huge today. That's all I have. And then I have a question for Omar though. Omar, I'm still waiting on my 13, man. FSD better. I went down to my garage twice today.
Is he cutting off for you guys?
Huh?
No. There's no 13. There's 12 rolling out. So
Yeah, 12. Sorry, 12 to 7. I think 12. Yeah, went down to my garage twice to double check when I saw your tweet. Um, I wish I can like click on my mobile app to do it, but it's really awesome. Waiting for it, testing it yesterday. Orange County, I think even like 11, to be honest, doing great. I have to, I don't know, from Orange County, like Irvine to Newport is really awesome, to be honest. You have to just touch twice, maybe 3 times in like about 8 miles. So that's awesome. Thanks for having me, man, and great space.
All right, thank you, Usman.
Yep.
yeah, I think it's gonna roll out to everybody's cars very soon. So just hang in there.
And then India is going to be great when that happens. It all started with Omar and Tesla, actually. Hopefully they build the next gen vehicle in India. I think would be a good place to set up a factory after they get some imports in, see how the market is doing. Build a factory in Mexico.
Yeah, this space has been going on for almost 7 hours. People are saying let's keep it going on to 3 a.m. If you want to host, you're welcome. While I sleep, I can keep it going. If somebody wants to, if the people in the replies asking me to keep it going on to 3 a.m. want to come up and tag team co-host mode, you're welcome to do that. I can keep it in charge.
Yaman, you are the Tesla space, and give the people what they want.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, I kind of miss this, honestly.
Yeah.
I miss having these long spaces.
Meta, can you DM me? I want to send you something for Starlink. I think you're gonna like it.
Did you hear they fired the CEO of Hertz and they put the COO of Cruise in charge?
in charge. Of Cruz in charge.